Hello, welcome back. Happy Monday. Happy October. I've been live since October started. No. What was I? No, I wasn't. Friday was the 30th, right? Uh, yeah, yeah. Um, so you can tell I have my paper, my notes ready to go. Um, I guess it's a quick sort of recap of what's happening. This trombone, technically, trombone, I guess counts. I technically wasn't live for that though. That was just within Discord. Um, which you could have checked out if you're over on the Discord. There we go. That's I just said that to get the voice command go. That's all. Um so yeah, so good news is I found the other collections of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Bad news is it's not fancy like this. It's like DOS. So we get the OG experience when and if we got through those. But there's this one, and then there's one more after this of this collection that's available on Steam. Then afterwards, we'll figure out when we're going to do the other ones. As for October goes, yes, I am going to try and do some Resident Evil games, ones I've been meaning to go through. I think I'm going to start with going through the Resident Evil 3 remake. I've never played it, so I have no idea what to expect. Maybe 0, maybe 7. We'll see how things are going. Maybe I'll leave that up to a poll over on the Discord. I did it twice. Oops. Of course I have it. And at the end of the month, that's when Resident Evil 8 DLC comes out. So that I will definitely go through. Like, I'm going to drop everything. It's going to be like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday situation. And throughout the October, I'm going to be doing Phasmophobia with friends and folks. Maybe every week, maybe every other week. It just depends on who's available for what and for how long, that kind of stuff. I think I should be good for the Kiwi Friday streams over on Kelswa's channel, which I should do the shout out over at Kels. How do I shout? Oh no, it's a slash command. Kelzaba. If you're not already following Kelsba, I do recommend it. She's great content. I think she's streaming tomorrow, I think. If maybe. I don't know. I don't want to I don't know. But usually it's I think Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays. And Fridays we've been playing Kiwi. So I think that's continuing. If not, then I'm a big fat liar and oh no. Anyway, I'm playing around with the idea of whether or not I should do calmer sort of wind down streams Friday evenings. Like maybe that's when I'll get through finishing what's it called? King's Quest. And I'll leave like Mondays and Wednesdays for the spookier longer series. But yeah, Sherlock Holmes, I do want to play more of these. Coincidentally, just having to start them right when all the spooky games are supposed to be coming out and being played. Not supposed to, but you know, 'tis the season. Anyway, so I have no idea about anything about this. The Case of the Tin Soldier. No clue. Your sleuthing tools, the exact same things last time. So we have our newspapers that we're gonna have to go through and read. We have the directory. We have whatever the directory tools we can send either to detectives, the irregulars, or we can search the files that we have for whatever reason. The notebook sort of gives us a summary of the information we just collected. And then we get to be rewarded with amazing video scenes if we choose the right location to send the detectives. And then we get this jackass who sits up there with this powdered wig telling us that we got the crime wrong. And apparently he knows, but he's not doing shit about it until we have the proper proof. So who knows? And as always, the goal is to get better than Sherlock. However, we've learned last time that Sherlock has an impossibly low score that we can only get really after on the second playthrough. So we'll be mindful of that, and hopefully this time yeah, so here are the points. You want to get low points. It's a bit messed up. But yeah, sleuthing about the regulars. It's the same folks as last time. Ellis is the newspaper guy. Somerset's the records. Hogue is the ex-cop. Porky is the sleazeball who runs the bar with the rumors. Lestrade is Lestrade. It was Hogue. Okay, yes. Edward Hall is a solicitor, barrister. One of the two. Better Call Hall. That's all I remember from my notes. Meek is the lab. No, autopsy stuff. Murray is the science guy. Library for information. Pike knows rumors, and O'Brien is lazy know-it-all, according to my notes here. I'm just gonna change one thing real quick because I realize you guys can't see my cursor. I have a funny feeling that might be handy for when I'm trying to point out things. Oh, give me a second, see if I can. I should be able to, right? That's a thing. Let's see. Capture cursor. There we go. See this now? Yeah, you can. Cool. Sweet. Awesome. All right. I think the Holmes introduction is the same. I could be wrong. However, I'm going to run it anyways, and we'll catch up.
London is not a beautiful city. Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. You see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye and razor-sharp accuracy. We find this
That's a good point. I do have, I did start a thread over in games on the Discord, and I also linked it to the Melch Alerts post that I made. I can ping you if you want. Oops. All right. Hopefully then you should see it there now. That's all. I think this is the same thing. I don't think this is, unless they interlace the introduction to the actual mystery here, but we'll continue playing.
application to be of invaluable assistance in our investigation.
Oh, and I'll try to update that. However, there's no real easy way for me to do that other than jumping out of the game and doing that because my phone controls my stream at the moment. But I'll try to have it open on the side, and I'll try to do what I can. But I will be relying on my own handwritten notes again, unfortunately, for a little bit at least. But yeah, we'll finish watching this.
And I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city, there are also, thankfully, two groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause.
Hello.
As we do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the streets of London. The first of these groups is a ragtag association of young ruffians. I call them the Baker Street Irregulars. Don't let them fool you. They may be scruffy and ill-bred, but they are on the right side of the law. They can go everywhere, see everything, and overhear everyone. They are my eyes and ears in the streets of London, unquestionably a tremendous asset in our work. They will help us in our investigations if they can. The other group is a far more civilized collection of gentlemen and institutions. I call them the Baker Street Regulars. They, too, will be extremely useful in our work. At the start of any investigation, do keep in mind that it is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Unwittingly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. The people and places to whom I will now introduce you will help us to collect the facts. May we use them wisely. Come, the game's afoot.
All right. So that was the same thing as we've seen in the past. We know never to watch that next time. Anyway, So let's get started into this amazing new case of the Tin Soldier. So hope you have your papers ready. If not, there is that available um, Sherlock Holmes thread over in the games channel on the Discord. If you want to share and compare notes there. Or the chat. I mean, that chat also works too. I don't know. It's up to you guys. But let's begin. Inspector Smythe is greeted at the door of 221B Baker Street by Holmes's housekeeper, Mrs. Hudson. The consulting detective and the good doctor bid him enter. After foregoing a cup of tea, the inspector sits heavily in a sitting chair and looks to the men with anticipation.
May we be of some assistance, Inspector Smythe?
General Farnsworth Armstead, one of the 6 surviving Waterloo Tontine ticket holders, has been murdered.
Waterloo Tontine?
The Waterloo Tontine was a lottery of sorts, Watson. It was set up in 1815 to aid the veterans of the Battle of Waterloo. Wellington's victory over Napoleon.
Yes, of course, I knew that.
Quite an ingenious plan on the part of the founders. £1 bought a ticket in the name of some young relative. The ticket proceeds amounted to over £1 million. Half went immediately to veterans and their families for medical and hardship expenses.
What became of the other half?
It all went into an account at the Bank of England, where it's been collecting interest all these years.
Very clever. And how does one win this prize?
Simply by outliving all the other ticket holders.
And now you say one of them has been murdered. Very suspicious. Who are the remaining 5?
The oldest is Captain Robert Jurgens, age 82. Then there are Anita and Claire Thomas, who are 80-year-old twins. William Rowland is 79, and Peter Dudley is 77. Poor General Armstead was the youngest at 74.
Seems as if he would have had the best chance to outlive the others.
I recall reading something in the Times about a big to-do involving the Tontine survivors on the 18th.
That's correct. The Waterloo anniversary banquet at the Langham Hotel.
Why is the name Armstead familiar?
He was a noted art collector, I believe. He also authored a well-known book, Treasures of the Conquerors.
Quite right. At the time of his death, General Armstead was working on a revised edition for his publisher, Nugget and Company. It was to contain an entirely new chapter on a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star, which at one point belonged to Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother. The general had new information which traced the gem to its present owner.
Tell me about the circumstances of General Armstead's death.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, let me see. At 10 o'clock this morning, the general's valet, David Sennett, admitted a caller to the general's study. Sennett says he did not know the man. He was elderly and spoke with a French accent. Sennett told him the general never saw anyone in the morning while he was at work. The gentleman insisted that if Armstead read the letter he had with him, he would make an exception. And so it was. Sennett took the letter in, Armstead read it, and went quite pale. He told Sennett to let the gentleman in. Sensing something amiss, Sennett dawdled in the area of the study for the next 15 minutes or so. Then he heard the distinct sound of swordplay. He tried to enter the study, but found the door locked. Then he heard the crash of breaking glass. He raced to the kitchen and out the back door to enter the study from the garden. By the time he got there, the caller had vanished, and the general was leaning heavily against a shattered display case of military miniatures. Before Sennett could assist him, he dropped a saber from his hand and fell over dead.
And I take it the letter, which so upset the general, was nowhere to be found.
Correct, Mr. Holmes.
Well, we shall put our brains and our feet to the task.
That was a hell of a lot to take in. A lot more than just worrying about some dead professors from last time. So we're gonna run this again. I'm gonna plenty of pictures. Yeah, much longer than the last one. Also, I forgot to point out, as is tradition, I have my mango green tea, but I also picked up to try the Coca-Cola with coffee. However, I didn't realize I picked up the vanilla flavor, so I'm going to be sipping through this, and yeah. Yes, yes, I do. I have Hatoful and Avery Attorney. Yep, I picked it up today. I was just like, well, I better do it before I forget. Yeah, so here we go. It's I wonder if this will be picked up on the microphone. Ugh. It smells like Coke that's gone off. This is not already not going well. And I poured it and it's foaming over the top of my cup, so I'm going to leave it there for a second and it can stabilize itself. Anywho, so let's watch that again. There's a lot to cover on this one. Jesus. Okay. All right, there we go.
May we be of some assistance, Inspector?
Starlight. Bandit said Starlight is better than Dreamworld. Ugh, Bandit doesn't know what it's talking about.
Inspector Smythe?
General Farnsworth Armstead, one of the 6 surviving Waterloo Tontine ticket holders, has been murdered.
Waterloo Tontine?
The Waterloo Tontine was a lottery of sorts, Watson. It was set up in 1815 to aid the veterans of the Battle of Waterloo. Wellington's victory over Napoleon.
Yes, of course. I knew that.
Quite an ingenious plan on the part of the founders. £1 bought a ticket in the name of some young relative. The ticket proceeds amounted to over £1 million. Half went immediately to veterans and their families for medical and hardship expenses.
What became of the other half?
It all went into an account at the Bank of England, where it's been collecting interest all these years.
Very clever. And how does one win this prize?
Simply by outliving all the other ticket holders.
And now you say one of them has been murdered. Very suspicious. Who are the remaining 5?
The oldest is Captain Robert Jurgens, a...
All right, let me. So there's 5 left. Okay. A fresh sheet. Captain Robert Jurgens, age 82.
Age 82. Then there are
Nita Thomas, Claire Thomas, oh, for sure, for sure.
Nita and Claire.
80 twins, 80 twins.
Thomas, who are 80-year-old twins. William Rowland is...
William Rowland, 79.
79, and Peter Dudley is 77.
Peter Dudley. Like, while I'm writing this out, so regarding the tofu, I keep mispronouncing it. It's going to be a whole thing. I'm going to try and do some of those stuff, I think, Friday evenings after Kiwi. We'll see how it goes. What I probably will do is I'll take a break after the Kiwi streams on Fridays and then get to those. I think this Friday, though, I will probably get back to finishing Avari's pick of King's Quest. And then once that's finished, then I'll move on to TOEFL. And, yeah, really like that. That way Mondays and Wednesdays can be Resident Evil, Phasmophobia, and then whatever. Nice, awesome. Yeah, I'll definitely post when I confirm, like, this is the start date. So yeah.
Poor General Armstead was the
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh shit! And General Armstead is another person. I didn't catch his first name.
Youngest at 74.
Seems as if he would have had the best chance to outlive the others.
I recall reading something in the Times about a big to-do involving the Tontine survivors on the 18th.
That's correct. The Waterloo anniversary banquet.
Waterloo anniversary banquet. Oh, thank you for the follow, Frillback Studios. Langham Hotel.
The Langham Hotel.
Why is the name
Oh, okay, gotcha. Welcome, welcome. I heard you're going to be looking forward to my, I apologize in advance for my playthrough of A Tofu Boyfriend.
Armstead familiar?
He was a noted art collector.
Okay, noted art collector. Art collector.
I believe. He also authored a well-known book, Treasures of the Conquerors.
Quite right. At the time of his death, General Armstead was working on a revised edition for his publisher, Norgate and Company. It was to contain an entirely
Norgate and Company?
new chapter on a fabulous diamond called the
Diamond. Polar Star. What is that? Oh, Polar Star is a weapon from Cave Story. That's what I remember it as.
Polar Star, which at one point belonged to Joseph Bone.
On to Joe Bonaparte.
Bonaparte,
Joe
Napoleon's brother. The general had new information which traced the gem to its present owner.
Tell me about the circumstances of General Armstead's death.
Okay.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, let me see. At 10 o'clock this morning, the general's valet, David Sennett, admitted a caller to the general's study. Sennett says he did not know the man. He was elderly and spoke with a French accent.
Visited by elderly French guy.
Sennett told him the general never saw anyone in the morning while he was at work. The gentleman insisted that if Armstead read the letter he had with him, he would make an exception. And so it was. Sennett took the letter in, Armstead read it, and went quite pale. He told Sennett to let the gentleman in. Sensing something amiss, Sennett dawdled in the area of the study for the next 15 minutes or so. Then he heard the distinct sound of swordplay. He tried to enter the study, but found the door locked. Then he heard the crash of breaking glass. He raced to the kitchen and out the back door to enter the study from the garden. By the time he got there, the caller had vanished, and the general was leaning heavily against a shattered display case of military miniatures.
Leaning, wounded on miniature case, comma, broken. Such messy notes.
Before Sennett could assist him, he dropped a saber from his hand and fell over dead.
And I take it the letter which so upset the general was nowhere to be found.
Correct, Mr. Holmes.
Well, we shall put our brains and our feet to the task.
This is a formal duel. Why send the butler away? Exactly. I don't know. Ugh. Oh my god. Sorry, hold on. Ugh. Okay. This is tonight's punishment. Every single time we send someone to the wrong location, I have to take a sip from that vile liquid. Ugh. You know what it is? Ugh, where's that peach mango tea? Oh god. So you know what it's like? It's like, oh, I don't want to grab a new cup. I have a little bit of Coke left in this thing. I'm just gonna go to that vending machine over there that sells that shitty coffee from those old coffee vending machines. I'm just gonna put this cup underneath and I'll let it run through. Ugh, that was an ordeal. Okay, so the Waterloo Tontine Lottery, there were 6 people left. And the murder of General Armstead brought that number down to 5. There was Captain Robert Jurgens, 82, Anita Thomas and Claire Thomas, twins, at age 80. William Rowland, 79. Peter Dudley at 77. General Armstead was an art collector, wrote a book about the treasure of the Conqueror for Norgate and Company. Wrote about the diamond polar star that belonged to Joe Bonaparte. Oh god, that Coke is vile. Jesus, I do not recommend this to anyone. Ugh. So this would be quote unquote yesterday. At 10 a.m., David Sennett, who is Armstead's valet, answered the door. He was visited by an elderly French guy, insisted to speak to General Armstead with a letter. Armstead saw the letter and went pale, and then he escorted him inside. 50 minutes later, he heard swordplay, and the door was locked. There was broken glass. He heard broken glass, and he tried to enter in from the garden, where he found Armstead leaning wounded against a military miniature case. Which was also broken, and then he falls over dead. And then, now, Sherlock and Watson are putting their brains and their feet to the I would say if you want to try it, don't get the vanilla one. Get the plain one. I thought I was grabbing the plain one, but I was in a rush at the store. So okay, so we got to do our favorite part, which is reading the newspapers, and we have a smaller window of things this time. The case of the old people. That's exactly what this is. Okay, so now we do our sort of poking through. Mando, why is everyone dying over at the Elephant Castle? Everyone's dying there. What the hell? Fitchett? Jacob Fitchett? Hold on. This is the same... What? No, we tried to find out stuff about Jacob Fitchett last time. Anarchist found dead in room. Nikolai Gorsky. Russian exile. Lady, gentleman, Sicilian, the loan of £100. Letter of the occupation. Oh, he didn't die twice. Yeah. Yeah. This takes me after the last one. We found him, but we lost him again. God damn it. Farnsworth Armstead. Farnsworth. Now that's a name. Norgate and Company announced to be published this summer. New edition, enlarged and revised. Treasures of the Conquerors by General Farnsworth Armstead. With several entirely new chapters, including one featuring the fabulous diamond, the Polar Star. This summer. Good news! Yeah. Okay, so this is noted. Okay. Nursery Rhymes of England. Strange event, a rather large den of poisonous and uncommon snakes were found within a stone well outside of Whitehall. They were immediately destroyed by the yard. A woman's white shoe was found among them. Among Us? That sounds like a reference to another Sherlock book. It sounds like it should be. Also, we never figured out what the pure coincidence of all those references to lions were on the other one. Never figured it out. Gloucester Cathedral has been rebuilt. Oh, nice. Cool. Awesome. Tax strike. Hell yeah. New sheep. New sheep? Where? What? Man self-dubbed the pioneer of husbandry reports his work to have yielded a new species of sheep, which produces superior mutton on a diet of clover. Sir S. Fellows, it should be noted, has made fabricated claims prior, most recently the discovery of a device that cures ailments such as baldness. Oh. Curse you, Fellows! Got my hopes up. Panic at the Theatre Française? Electric wire supplying the chandeliers came in contact with in consequence of wearing away of the envelope. The light was subsequently extinguished, and several sparks fell among the audience. I guess where it was... I don't know. Panic ensued despite the efforts of the actors to assure public. The firemen on duty at the theater immediately communicated with the headquarters of the brigade, and a team fire engine was also dispatched on the spot. The incident caused great excitement in the neighborhood of the theater. Yeah, maybe the covering. I don't know. This is also 1890, so who knows, like, what kind of, how the electrical was set up. Good old days of knob and tube. That's probably a couple decades away. Ugh, why did I, ugh. Oh, no, hold on. I'll be back. I'll be right back. I have to throw this out. I can't continue this. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm back. I am so sorry about that. That was just absolutely horrid. Oh, goodness. Okay. You see more lion references. Oh. Roy Slade's Wild African Extravaganza opening tonight. Opening tonight. Yes. Wasn't the lion tamer attacked last time? But so far, Breakin, Evanson, and Company gift shop. Reported breaking Wednesday night. Lock at the back of the door has been forced open. Nothing appears to be taken. The safe in the office has not been tampered with. Interesting. So far, the only reference to the case has been this Norgate and Company announcing a new book. That was, let's see, Norgate and Company announce book on May 30th, 1890. The jewelry box request. Jewelry box request? Carl, safe travels. A jewelry box would be appreciated but not expected, Vicky. Okay. Carl. Jewelry box, please. Vicky. All right, so that's May 30th. June 1st. Deaths. Funerals. Personals. I'll go down this side and I'll go back on that side afterwards. Eric Idler. Wait, what? Huh? Wait a second. Russian exhibition. Orton. Okay. Chamber of Horrors. Oh, Madame Tussauds. Yeah. Man was not born. Sir, with regards to the suggestion bullet hounds may assist tracking the Thames murder as a breed of dogs, knowing their power, I have little doubt that the hound had been put on the scent of the murder while fresh, at least in those cases where the body had been actually floating in the water. This is Elton Sherman, Daniel Wilkes. Raging Tail Romance by the pen of a woman. Is that what it said? Wait, what? Hold on. The Raging Tail Romance by the pen of a woman. My goodness. A tale that rings true, told with boldness. What kind of... Oh my goodness. Okay. Ironical questions been asked. House Commons regarding building which New Scotland Yard. Okay, this doesn't seem to be... Lost Gentleman's Gold Watch. Shooting shirts. Like sporting shirt. Wesley Richards Gunsmith. Murder in Bloomsbury. PM Constable. Ah, okay. Murder committed in Bloomsbury last night, shortly after 10 p.m. Constable Lane, summoned by cries for help, entered the home of 42 Tottenham Court Road as Mr. Oswald Mason, chief accountant of the Bank of England. I'm just... I mean, you're not wrong. So many... I know, right? Holmes was right. England is a very ugly place, full of murder and corpses. But Mr. Oswald Mason, chief accountant... I'm going to write this down. Mr. Oswald Mason... Chief Accountant, Bank of England, moided. Prolonged has apparently been murdered to blow to the head. Blow to head. Covered by his wife. And my wife. By wife. Holmes around 10 p.m. Around 10 p.m. Police report. The police report only that the intruder apparently entered from the upstairs window and, judging by this array of study, struggled occurred with Mr. Mason met his death. As of this time, the crime has not been brought home to any person. What? As of this time, the crime has not been brought home to any person, but the best detectives of Scotland Yard are now involved in the investigation and search the perpetrator of his bloody crime. Mr. Mason is survived by his wife Rose and brother Cecil. Wife Rose, brother Cecil or Cecil? Mr. Mason brought home the murder. Yeah, so the bank is definitely somewhere where we need to go. British Telegram, Dunkirk says, British steamer Telsma, bound from Leith, took Captain Lambert. Captain Lambert, wait, no, that's not something we need to worry about. Maybe his wife? Yeah. Another jewelry heist. Attack. Wednesday evening, Mr. and Mrs. J.T. Westmoreland were accosted in the Hyde Park area after sunset. Mr. Westmoreland positively identified as Simon Ivory from the police sketch of the culprit. Reward Ivory's whereabouts. Okay. June 4th. Paisley Denim lecture. Yeah, sketch. Yeah, exactly. Waterloo Ball and anniversary. Okay. The Times is pleased to announce dinner. Okay. Yep. Guests of honor. Surviving participants in the Waterloo taunting will be the guests of honor. This sounds like a setup. Everyone's gonna be there. If you're gonna take out the competition, this is how you do it. Oh, a bit of food poisoning, and then you got £500,000. What was it? Something like that. There's a bright day that brings forth the adder. Borkin, Constantine. This feels like a message, like a coded message. Waterloo, Wednesday. Train left. Lady left in a taxi and waved to care to know gent gray coat. Sincere. Gallery of Mystery. Sir, having agonized on what it takes to have you print one of my many critical missives, I have changed my tack to say how much I love everything, even the Times. Oh dear, Mitch. Okay. Russian circus. Amazing India rubber man. What? Humane Society. In support of the anti-vivisectionist faction. They're back! Who knew? I mean, they probably never left, but... you know what? I doubt that we're going to run into them again, but let's write this down. Anti-vivisectionist faction. Ezra Zane. I just like because it's an interesting name. Hercule Lamouche. I'm gonna write that one down too. Hercule. I can't wait to throw that at the judge and just like, why are you bringing up this absurd name? Foreign colonial news, labor agitation in Spain, disturbance at the Russian Social Club. A lot of Russian politics in this one. Thames investigation continues. National Gallery, rare and precious exhibit of gems and treasured artifacts. Okay. that might be something to note. Rare, precious gems and artifacts. Princess Theater. No. Drury Lane, the National Treasure, Robert Noonan. Opera season. Sarah Beggy suggested the organization of a small force of plainclothes. Again, this happened last time. Someone else was complaining about it. Paying my daily visit to church, St. Mary's this afternoon, surprised to find caretaker in some stupefied state, asking her what the matter. Told me that the man was missing an arm and leg, had entered the church, finding her all alone, inquired whether I was in the vestry. What? Oh. What? Okay, hold on. On receiving a reply of the negative, he said, "I see you are alone," and immediately took out a pocket handkerchief, dashed it in her face. Strong smell of whatever liquid had been steeped in days and stupefied her, and she for a moment or two lost her consciousness. The noise of some workmen on the roof seemed to have alarmed the scoundrel, and he bolted out of the church. This incident, sir, perhaps may afford a clue. At any rate, it will warn any solitary women who are in charge of churches. Okay. Okay. Okay, and the last one. Errol, welcome home. Violette. Okay. Lady League of Finches hosts all dowagers for immediate enrollment in our grand plan. Anita and Claire. What the hell is the Lady League of Finches? What is their grand plan? Bird ladies? Oh, okay. I'd buy that. Wellington's birthplace. Birthplace census paper. Okay. Accident on a mail steamer. Fatal accident. Mr. Francis Scott, Somerset, who while riding the grounds received a concussion of the brain and died a few hours. Oh, that's sad. Charges of murder. Inquest. William Aspinwall. Wow, these are names. Wow, okay. Shot his stepson. There are no shields. Evidence. Man and money. Willful murder. Okay. Strange event. Oh yeah, we already know about this. A sudden gale on the Isle of Man blew off the roof of a stone church yesterday. Would crush the pastor's house, but was blocked by a tree which has fallen earlier. No injuries. Huh, kind of weird that's happened twice, huh? Capture of a slaver. Knave's foot for growing children and the aged. Okay. Oh boy, it's a long one. E.P. Dowd. Okay. Let me a question. Question corresponds who dispersed the vicious inhabitants of Flower and Dorset streets. No lower streets in London, and if they are driven out these, where will they go? The horror and excitement caused by the murder of the Whitechapel outcast imply a universal belief that they are in the right of life. If they had, then they had the further right to hire shelter. So I'm going to skim through a lot of the stuff. We need to go back and come back, but yeah, this is how things go in the very beginning. It's like, okay, a lot of reading. And I don't want to take up too much time. Okay, so this EP Dow is just like, yeah, we should do more to help out, I guess. It's probably not exactly not what it let's say. Waterloo Ball at anniversary. Oh, this is another stages of profession. Dramatic and burlesque training college. New books and new editions. Clarendon Press new books. Lannister Moore's strange incident on the ancestral grounds of Duke Lannister came to a glad conclusion yesterday as the culprit for a ghostly hoax was thwarted by a ragtag group of kids. Spake Lord Dentmore, the head perpetrator, I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those kids and their dog. Oh, Scooby-Doo. All right. We have the regulars. We have a bunch. Oh, is Underhill? Bilbo's still here. God damn it. Wait, is the Indigent Blind Society still here too? Okay. So where should we head off first? We have the house of General Farnsworth Armstead and his valet David Sennett. We also have Captain Robert Jurgens, Anita Thomas, Claire Thomas, William Rowland, and Peter Dudley, as well as Oswald Mason, who's also in the chief accountant of the Bank of England and is surviving. The Langdon Hotel. Let's go to the Langdon Hotel. That sounds like a good idea. Langdon. Probably under hotel. Hotels. Langdon Hotel. And we'll send the detectives. Having discovered at the times that this hotel might have been connected to the general's death, Holmes and Watson head off into the night for a visit.
It seems none of the staff knows anything about Armstead's demise.
Shit.
The manager was rather grateful I told him the news. Says now they can count on one less place setting at the banquet.
Then I suppose it was a good thing we stopped here, Watson.
Ah, piss. Okay. So that was a dead end. Let's see. Sorry, there's like a loud car outside. And by loud, I mean they're blasting music through their windows. All right, let's see. I guess let's go check in on General Armstead, and we'll see what the household's like. The air feels heavy as Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson travel in silence to the scene of the crime.
I found the general leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well. But I might say that Mrs. Armstead did not get on very well with anyone, including the general.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry...
Lord Fitch. Father-in-law. Armstead didn't like that. I should probably let this run for the first. But she looks so friendly and welcoming. Yeah.
It was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially such a nasty...
Sick ye old aviators.
There was no love lost between them. Why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or some such thing.
Tell me, do you know what the general was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book, the part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the general just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the general have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Girard. Neither the general nor I have seen him in 40 years. In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
I'm obviously curious about the general's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpetbag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the general, and he handed me a letter to take in to him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars, the general's old regiment. When the general read it, he went very pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
What was that last little musical little punch there? Sir, who in this case isn't an old man? And who is this mysterious other person? Oh, he was a young man. I knew it! It's him! It's the only person who doesn't fit this case. So there was a lot of names thrown out there. Peter, the Polar Star was owned by Count Rostov and was stolen. Sir Matin at the Bridge Hours Hotel. Jean-Pierre Girard. The other guy was an old man, cane, carpetbag, had an old envelope addressed to the captain. It was old the regiment. I'm writing these things down way too fast. And I'm using my, what is this? My 0.3 size pen. So it's like super scratchy. Do we need to rewatch this one? I think Mr. Matin might be the next person to visit. We can always come back. Pierre Matin. At last, exclaims Watson. This is just the break we need. Holmes conceals a smile as he follows the good doctor out the door.
I can't believe we came all this way when there are more important things to pursue.
Oh, fuck off.
I don't know what got into us.
Fuck you, he just said it was the break we needed. Last game was Attack of British Names. The super, yes. Assume we're still in the Who's Line mode. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so let's go to that hotel then. It was a hotel Bridge House. That looks like the thing that... Following up on a lead, motivated by a hunch. Motivated by a hunch? Oh, come on. Detectives quickly head over to the Bridge House Hotel.
How in the world did you hear about it so soon, Mr. Holmes?
Holy fuck, that's an accent. Jesus Christ. Sorry.
The body's still warm. Couldn't have happened more than 10 minutes ago.
Body? What body?
Well, the one what's upstairs in 203.
We're here for something else, actually. Looking for Pierre Martin.
Well, that's the very fellow what was done in.
Well, tell me, young man, do you know what transpired?
Well, Mr. Matin checked into the hotel on the 8th. He was a Frenchman. I didn't speak to him much.
Who discovered the body?
I did. Well, I came along to his room to deliver a wire. Here it is, sir.
Information still valuable. See me, Wells Osborne.
Wells Osborne. Found dead. Telegram. Info still good. Wells Osborne. Norgate and Co.
Norgate and Company Publishers.
Oh, hey, Edgar. I haven't seen him since Harry Potter. Oh my god. Hey, Wyra, how's it going? Oh my god. It just hits you like a I was gonna say hits you like a brick, but it's more like a bad tasting Coke that you weren't expecting.
Tell me, did you see anyone suspicious hanging about?
No. No, sir. Well, actually, now that I think of
Every single is like, no, nothing weird has ever happened. 2, 3. Actually, come to think of it.
about it, there was a rather large man with a foreign accent. Russian, I think.
Oh, that's a caricature. Jesus Christ. Russian. Hanging. I'm definitely not sharing my notes, handwritten notes with this one. This is really scratchy.
He said that he wasn't sure about the address and that he'd only just arrived in London. He asked for Mr. Matin, and I sent him straight up. Well, he was rather well-spoken and well-mannered. I didn't think anything of it at the time. A few minutes later, he came down. He was practically running. I saw him go out the front door and hail a cab.
Was there anything amiss in the room?
Oh, I'll say. An inkwell was toppled on its side, left an awful mess on the carpet. Big blue spots and inky footprints right the way to the door. The manager will be in a fret when he sees it. Fortunately, there was no blood.
Perhaps he was strangled.
He stole all the eyebrows. Oh my goodness. Oh jeez. Okay. I have a hunch. Oh no. That's what we get for visiting the guy not at the front doors. Okay. So if he just arrived in the country, where was that? I don't think this. It sounds like this should be it, but no. If he just arrived, there'd be no sense in sending something in the newspaper ahead of time. Actually, no, let's. We'll go check the notebook and confirm that what I've been writing down is correct. Hotel with the staff knew nothing of the general's death. Yep. Okay. Senate recounted the facts. The 2 deaths detectives included a turned military figure, a painting of the general's wife, a book the general was writing, and most importantly, an old man with a cane and a carpetbag who killed the general. Holmes and Watson visited Bridge House Hotel, where they retrieved a note from Norgate and Company that learned that Pierre Matin was just found dead. A large Russian man was seen fleeing the scene. Okay. So we have no idea who that guy is, but we still have... Oh yeah, we're still going to look up the Mason household. Oh, sure. Maybe we'll just go to the bank. Bank of England, yeah. With a quick step, Watson leads Holmes out to the carriage and ultimately their visit with the bank.
Could you tell us exactly how much the Tontine prize money amounts to at this time?
The Tontine Fund, with interest accruing for the past 75 years, amounts to just shy of £3 million.
Jesus
Quite a
Christ.
sum, I'd say.
Okay. That's interesting, but not helpful. Rose and brother Cecil, but there was no... Yeah, no, this is what year is this? This is 1890. You know what? We're going to Google. British Town Inflation calculator. Inflation calculator, Bank of England. Okay. So it was... Yeah, cookies. Yep. We want 2,997,000 in 1890, right? Cost in August 22. Oh my god. It's 296,842,000. Okay, I'm just going to screenshot this. I'll put this in the Discord, I guess. That's wild. Yeah, that's killing money if I ever saw. There you go. That's how much it'd be worth now. Okay. Neat. Cool. Jesus. Okay. Let's check it with the regulars. Who do you think we would need to check in with? Let me get my notes from last time of who is what. Yeah, there's the motivation for sure. There's Ellis, who is the newspaper guy who knows stuff about the continent, news about the continent. O'Brien, which is the lazy know-it-all. Pike is the sleazebag gossip jerk. Hogue is the ex-cop. Porky is the sketchy rat. Runs a bar. Murray is the lab rat. Lestrade is Sherlock's bullying target. Meek is the dead lab rat. And Hall is a barrister, solicitor guy. And I have him listed as Better Call Hall. You want to go talk to the barman? Let's go talk to the barman. Porky Shinwell. Quick carriage takes Holmes to the run-down pub. Before stepping inside, the consulting detective is rudely bumped into by an intoxicated patron stumbling from the inn.
Bloody shame it was about General Armistead's death.
How touching, Shinwell. You're really grieved to see him pass on.
Well, sure, I had me money on him. I should have trusted.
Oh, there's odds. Okay. Armistead was 15-1. Uh, 25-1. Nita Thomas. Oh, they were equal. Oh, no. Okay. 1. Oh, shoot. 1. One was 12-1. Of course, be people betting on this. There's some sort of Deadpool. There we go.
Me instincts and gone with one of the ladies.
Captain Jurgens doesn't seem to have had much of a following, even at 25-1.
Nah, that's just Booth Lacey and his cronies, and that's really a sentimental bet. You see, Jurgens is Lacey's uncle.
We haven't actually talked to any of these people directly yet. But that's interesting to know. Bill Lacey's uncle. I'm wondering... Maybe we should just start talking to the actual people. Let's talk to... Ahoy! I wish we had gadgets for this. We just have paper. Literally paper and children we send on to check on stuff for us, which you haven't actually used yet. Okay, let's go to talk to... So, to catch you up, there is this thing called the Waterloo Tontine Lottery, which was started for raising money for Waterloo veterans in 1815, blah, 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 blah. There are 6 people left holding tickets. The only way to win is paper and jelly. What kind of game is this? It's the Sherlock Holmes game is what it is. So there's only 6 people left who are ticket holders to win the big prize money, which is £2.9 million, which we've determined is like almost £300,000 in today's money. Those people are Captain Robert Juergens, which we're about to talk to, Anita and Claire Thomas, who are twins, William Rowland, and Peter Dudley. And General Farnsworth Armstead, pardon me, is the one that just died. He was visited by a mysterious old French guy who delivered a letter and then fought him with swords and then killed him. So now we're trying to investigate that murder and trying to figure out what's going on. So here we go. After hearing about Mr. Juergens from Inspector Smythe, Holmes grabs his coat and hat and takes a hansom cab to the band's home.
Captain, did you know General Armstead?
Dudley was the oldest. Dudley was the youngest at 77. Well, technically Armstead was 74, so he was the youngest. But as it stands now, Dudley is the youngest at 77.
Armpit, you say?
Stead. Armstead.
Oh, Armstead. I knew that bloke. A jolly good fellow. Sat next to me at the last shindig back in '65. The 50th anniversary and all that rot. We had a grand old time swapping lies about our adventures on foreign shores. He swore by French damsels, but I argued for the China ladies.
Oh my God.
I hope they catch the death rat who killed him and hang him proper.
Have you seen the General since the 1865 banquet?
I've never seen the General with a blanket.
No, since the banquet.
No. No.
It's the all the vitriol of I've never seen him with a blanket. Oh my God. Oh God.
May I ask, what are your plans for the Tontine money should you win it?
Spend as much of it as I can while I'm still alive and kicking, and leave the rest of it to the Seamen's Fund when I'm dead. Or some people think I should leave it to my only kin, my nephew, Booth Lacey. I never would, mind you. He's a bit of a laggard, has never done an honest day's work in his life. Could I outlast the others and be found the next day with my skull bashed in, look to Booth. He's sure to be holding the club in his hand.
Talked about blunt force murder. Oh my God, that was a fucking adventure. Jesus Christ. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I just love this, how off the rails he went with the I've never seen the General with a blanket. Like his facial expressions moved 50 miles a minute. And we'll replay it.
Captain, did you know General Armstead?
Armpit, you say?
Stead. Armstead.
Oh, Armstead. I knew that bloke. A jolly good fellow. Sat next to me at the last shindig back in '65. The 50th anniversary and all that rot. We had a grand old time swapping lies about our adventures on foreign shores. He swore by French damsels, but I argued for the China ladies. I hope they catch
Jesus Christ.
the rat who killed him and hang him proper.
Have you seen the General since the 1865 banquet?
I've never seen the General with a blanket.
No, since the banquet.
No. No.
May I ask, what are your plans for the Tontine money should you win it?
Spend as much of it as I can while I'm still alive and kicking, and leave the rest of it to the Seamen's Fund when I'm dead. Or some people think I should leave it to my only kin, my nephew, Booth Lacey. I never would, mind you. He's a bit of a laggard, has never done an honest day's work in his life. Should I outlast the others and be found the next day with my skull bashed in, look to Booth. He's sure to be holding the club in his hand.
Okay, so that was, yeah. Let's go visit the twins, maybe. There we go. Anita and Claire Thomas. Since the Thomas twins are two of the last of the Tontine ticket holders, Holmes dispatches Watson to visit them in hopes of clues.
Would you care for some tea?
Thank you, no.
It's really quite good. We were just going to have some ourselves.
I really won't be staying long.
We get visitors so seldom.
Did you know the General?
We suppose he was at the last anniversary banquet. But we don't believe we ever met him. We were so sorry to hear of his death. It is such a pity.
Well, so I imagine you ladies have thought about what you'd do if you won the Tontine money.
We have no living relatives, so there's no one to share it with should we win. We need very little to get by on. Undoubtedly, we would leave it to the Ladies' League for the Preservation of Finches.
Okay, ladies. Preservation. Okay. The clan of leaders should decide which like yeah. Okay, who's next? This is William Rowland. Rowland? William Rowland. There we go. The ride to Rowland's home is uneventful, except for the part where Watson fell asleep and seemed in need of a drool cup. Oh, come on. Why does everyone got to make Watson sound like an absolutely bumbling buffoon? I know that he was written in that way to make Holmes look smarter, but come on. Like, unneeded.
Been laid up for 2 weeks now with this blasted gout. Such a nuisance. Have to be carted about by my valet.
Perhaps you should try avoiding those rich foods.
Yeah, awfully sensible. But I always say might as well eat what you want now, because who knows what they'll be serving upstairs.
Oh, quite so.
Mr. Rowland, did you know General Armstead?
Not personally. I knew of him, of course. Our little group has become quite small. Terrible about his death. Me, I hope to die at the dinner table.
Provided that doesn't happen any time in the near future. Tell me, if you won the Tontine, what would you do with all that money?
There's a question to titillate the imagination.
God damn it.
I've played around with that one every day for the past 20 years.
And?
I'm still working on it.
I understand that you have 2 sons in America and a daughter in London.
That's right. My sons own a very lucrative import company, and my daughter's married to a fine lad, Wentworth Cobbett. Though he is a...
Wentworth what? Cobbett? Daughter... Okay.
bit of a starving poet.
Well, I think that's enough to be... I'm assuming it's Carson. Cabot, not Cobbett. What? Oh no, Wentworth Cobbett. You're right. Never mind. Wasn't there a poetry reading thing? Oh, interesting. Interesting. It would have been an entertainment thing, right? Or would have been French plays, Russian exhibition, from the pen of war. I can't believe that's a thing. No, it sounds right. It does sound like it was a thing. Lecture, entertainments, French plays, lane. Okay. New books, new editions. Maybe not. Okay. That's fine. Let's go talk to Wentworth Cobbett. In a carriage ride to Mr. Cobbett's home. Holmes was jostled by the rough passage along the streets of London.
I'm terribly sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Holmes. I was finishing up my work.
What sort of work?
Wentworth is a poet. He works every day at his art from 10 until 1 in the afternoon. Never misses a day.
Never?
If the world were to end at noon, Wentworth would not know about it until 1.
Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Holmes?
Did you know General Armstead?
Yes, I believe he is one of the Tontine ticket holders, is he not?
Yes, he was. He was murdered this morning.
How ghastly.
Depending on your point of view. It does put your father-in-law that much closer to winning.
What a demonic thought, wouldn't you say? To rejoice in the untimely death of another for one's own gain. Ask not for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
What the fuck? Well, that was a dead end. Let's see what the notebook says about that. At home working on his writing in the morning. Okay, that's fine. Okay, last is Peter Dudley. Do you have to hear random bells for you? I mean, not frequently. Peter Dudley. Taking the obvious and most likely course, Watson hails a cab anticipating a visit with Peter Dudley, a Tontine ticket holder.
Now, what can I be doing for you, Governor?
I'm working with Sherlock Holmes. We're looking into the unfortunate death of General Farnsworth Armstead.
Oh, of course. I've just come off a job I had. My apologies for not looking me usual spit-polished self.
Oh, don't bother. I hardly noticed.
Make yourself at home. I wish the missus were here to offer up some tea.
That's quite all right. I won't keep you long.
Heard about the general. Didn't know him, of course. Had no cause to wish him harm. Tontine or no. But I've got to look at it philosophical-like. I'm the youngest now, so I've got the best chance of lasting the longest.
I don't know what to take away from that one. I'm going to replay that one.
Now, what can I be doing for you, Governor?
I'm working with Sherlock Holmes. We're looking into the unfortunate death of General Farnsworth Armstead.
Oh, of course. I've just come off a job I had. My apologies for not looking me usual spit-polished self.
Oh, don't bother. I hardly noticed.
Make yourself at home. I wish the missus were here to offer up some tea.
That's quite all right. I won't keep you long.
Heard about the general. Didn't know him, of course. Had no cause to wish him harm. Tontine or no. But I've got to look at it philosophical-like. I'm the youngest now, so I've got the best chance of lasting the longest.
It absolutely has 3 walls with wind going through, with none of the affecting the little candle stick stand. So we didn't know General Armstead maybe this is me just jumping to conclusions, but if you didn't know him, well, no, he knew of him, but not well, I guess, not like friends. I'm like, how does he know he's now the youngest? But that's probably not something I should be focusing on. Write that down, just in case. Okay, so we visited everyone so far. Jean-Pierre Girard, we haven't spoken to yet. That was the name in connection to David Sennett, who talked about that, and it looks like they're not here. Maybe it's time to go back and talk to some of the regulars. Who would we want to talk to about this? You think the know-it-all, the newspaper guy, the ex-cop, the sleazebag jerk, gossip jerk, the lab rat, which I don't think really is a Muppet manager. You know what? I really wish there was. Oh, Norgate Company. We can go there. Let's go send the detectives. Wells Osborne. That's the other guy.
General Armstead's book has been a very controversial subject from the start.
I understand the original publication caused quite a stir among the public.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, you know, of course, that many of the treasures listed in the book had, in fact, been stolen by their present owners. That revelation caused quite a sensation, and we were delighted. The more libel suits that were pressed against us, the more the book sold.
May I ask why the General chose to revise an already successful book?
There was one piece of critical information missing from the first edition. It was the whereabouts of a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star.
Seems to be a very popular gem.
Indeed. So you can imagine his excitement when last March he received a letter from a Frenchman by the name of Pierre Martin, who claimed to know where the diamond was. He had even provided a detailed description of how the gem was stolen from its last known owner, a Russian fella, a Count Rostov. He said the thief was an Englishman.
Might you know his name?
Martin wouldn't tell unless we paid. As I understand, he was in town a day or so ago and had tried to set up a meeting with the General. Unfortunately, I don't believe they had a chance to meet.
Okay. Let's see. I don't think Rostov. Yeah, it's not going to be here. But I do remember them saying they were going to meet at the embassy. French embassy or Russian embassy? Where's my notes? Jean-Paul Girard. That's who they were going to meet over at the French embassy. Let's see. Guy's a Monty Python character. Yeah, it's like, wow, that is facial hair. Holmes agrees that the trip to the French embassy might follow some clues to investigation. He grabs a hat and a full pipe and follows the good doctor out, and I just got an achievement for on the right trail. The envelope dude brought earlier... Was the envelope the dude brought earlier the name of the owner of the jewel? I don't know.
Farney and I spent over a year quartered together in France in War College. We became the best of friends.
Did you know much of the General's personal life at the time?
He always put the rest of us to shame in the matters of love. Said it was because we had no horse face to spur us on.
Did the General have a passion for horses?
Mon Dieu, no. He was engaged to a terribly unattractive woman by the name of Mary Fitch. Behind her back, that's what he called her. Horseface.
How dreadful. Whatever became of her?
She eventually became Mrs. Armstead and brought her great fortune to the marriage. I believe that Farney looked upon his stay in France as his last great fling.
Are you saying that there was no particular woman at the time?
I did not say that. There was one, but I never met her. My little flower, he called her. I remember one night he could not sleep. He was slightly drunk, and he kept rambling on about promises that must be kept and promises that couldn't be. Finally, he collapsed on the bed with such sadness in his eyes I will never forget it. Ma Fleurette, he said.
How very touching.
Have you seen much of the General over the years?
We have always maintained our friendship through correspondence, until last week, that is. It was the first time we had seen each other in over 40 years. We had supper, and then went to see the French actor Philippe Arnaud perform. The General commented that my presence beside him while French was being spoken reminded him of the old days.
So your visit went well?
Exceedingly well.
Can you think of anything that might have been troubling him?
No, the General was in excellent spirits. He joked about the upcoming Tontine celebration at the Langham, and he was very enthusiastic about the new information concerning the Polar Star. In fact, this week he was supposed to meet with a countryman of mine about it. It is hard to believe that my good friend is gone.
Okay. Friendship seed where you learned that pharmacist married to Mary Finch and General Zalazon. I bet you the letter has something to do with that. I feel like we're not the kind of spend Watson had the pleasure to know, according to the books. I don't know about that. It's been such a long time since I've read like the original books. Where's face has to be involved. Well, this is the thing. That was Mary Finch. Mary Finch is already dead. I forget exactly how or why she died, but he kept her painting up above the cabinet. Oh, the brother, Lord Fitch. Malcolm? No. J.B. Fitch. Fuck, what's his name? Lord Fitch, the brother-in-law, but I guess there's only one Fitch, so it's got to be. No, the kind of spin what's pleasure to know that according to the books. Yeah, I don't know. It's been too long. Beating a dead horse about this. That's why we said the irregulars. Bound to leave no stone unturned. Holmes leaves Watson at 221B Baker. 221B and visits Malcolm Fitch.
I admit I strongly disliked Armstead. He was a cad who made my sister's life miserable. I argued at length with my father against the marriage, but to no avail.
But what was your sister's opinion at the time?
Well, unfortunately, Mary was not the attractive sort who had scores of suitors.
Jesus Christ. Everyone's going after her. God damn.
My father was afraid she'd be left a spinster. The engagement was arranged just before Armstead went to France. During the year he was gone, I had him watched and discovered he was in the thick of some scandal involving a young French girl.
And you told your father?
Well, he wouldn't listen. I even went so far as to give the story to the newspapers. But my father got wind of it and used his influence to prevent its publication. I would have done anything to keep my sister away from that man.
Including murder?
Why, that's preposterous. Well, surely you don't think... I was scheduled to meet with Armstead today. But you see, my wife took ill. I spent the whole morning attending to her here, until Dr. Ainstree arrived at around 11 o'clock.
Time to check in with this Dr. Ainstree. And see if he's got anything. We haven't sent the irregulars once. Because we don't get videos when we send them. We don't care about the points. We'll get the points later on.
We understand you were summoned to Lord Fitch's residence this morning.
Quite right. I received the message at around 9 o'clock and arrived at their home by 10. Lord Fitch met me at the door.
Hold the fucking phone. Hold on. Hold on. Dr. Ainstree got call at 9 a.m. Arrived at 10 a.m. Greeted by Lord. My brain just crossing wires, or did he just confirm his story? If you've seen or heard, only have met. Right? Exactly. Who was with? Okay, so he confirmed the story. Okay. I think we have to do the best version of the indigent blind society. We send the irregulars. Not sent to society with a pence each and a few words of encouragement from Dr. Watson. Looked inside, couldn't see a thing. Classic. That's assuming that that's going to be what the forensics guy's going to, and we can do it. We can check in with them. I wish we could ask them specific questions, but forensics, like the autopsy guy. You can talk to the autopsy guy. We'll talk about both. Fuck the points. No one gives a shit, really. Oh, yeah. See, they're all going to talk about General Armstead. It's going to be the main focus for everything, unfortunately.
Can you tell us what did him in, Sir Jasper?
A sword through the heart, a smart upward thrust.
Oh, fuck. Okay. Upward thrust killed. It was the kids. The kids killed him. Holmes busy elsewhere. He sends a good doctor to discuss the physical evidence at the scene of the crime with the criminologist.
I'm here regarding the Armstead case. I take it this is the saber he had in his hand at the time of his death?
Aye, indeed it is. A lovely thing to behold, isn't it? Unfortunately, it yielded very little evidence. The top half had traces of dust all along it, indicating it had been unused for quite some time.
We knew that.
I did notice on the point a tiny amount of fresh blood. The general must have scratched his opponent. I'm sorry, Whitson. That's all the information to be gathered from this beautiful masterpiece. En garde!
That's Watson, sir. Watson.
Okay, hold up. If the heart stood, how is he standing for a bit? Yeah. No, that tracks. That doesn't make sense. I mean, the only thing I can think of is we're looking for, like, we know the guy who came had a cane and a carpet bag. The carpet bag tells us nothing, but the cane, there's got to be a sword in there. Because it was a sword fight that he heard, and if that's the only thing that they found, so the guy's got a scratch. Oh, ooh, okay. He nicked, scratched his assailant. But yeah, you're right. If it got him right through the heart, as Sir Jasper Meek so eloquently puts.
Can you tell us what did him in, Sir Jasper?
A sword through the heart, a smart upward thrust.
You're right. That should just kill him almost instantly. There's no way he had enough time to be like, ugh, and fall over. Like, that must have been super quick. He's inside the carpet bag. The carpet bag's still there. He hasn't left the room. It's the perfect locked room murder. Okay. All right. So we're getting closer. At least I don't. Okay, I'm going back to my notes on, and I love how the fact that I created the the Discord thread to compare notes with everyone, and the only thing I posted is I should have been typing my notes into there, but I have more notes now than I did before last time. Anyway, I'm going back to my notes about the other people in the Tontine. So I think that the Thomas twins, I don't think they did it. I don't think we have to worry about that at all. Or them at all. William Rowland, the guy who's had gout for 2 weeks. I'm not worried about him. Wentworth and his daughter, or William's daughter and her husband Wentworth. Apparently it's the starving artist, but Val is a liar, but why? Yeah, it's Peter Dudley. I don't think Captain Robert Trigger. There's no way that he did anything about it. But oh no, we didn't check in with Booth Lacey Booth. Street style cleared the ballot. Couldn't translate that. I mean, it's a Sherlock Holmes game. Anything could happen. Okay, we'll send the irregulars to go see what Mr. A small flat on the very outskirts of the city. Oh god. Oh my god. Chap came to the door right away, he did. Short fellow and nice enough and all quiet like. Had the hairiest feet I've ever seen. Oh my god. Okay. Of course. I just can't believe that in the last game, Sherlock just up and said, the butler did it, obviously. Get Scotland Yard in here to come deal with this. Stupid enough for them. I just can't fucking believe that. Booth, Lacey Booth. Only Lacey may have a connection with the case. Holmes and Watson head off to destroy the unreliable scoundrel.
What did you discover, Watson? He wasn't in, Holmes, though his landlady suggested we might try the Red Bull Inn. The woman practically talked my ear off, went on and on about how Lacey constantly plays up to his uncle, Captain Jurgens, who's one of those old gents with a ticket in the Tontine. I thought she'd never hush up.
Booth Lacey. What was it? Red something? Thank you, children. Yes. Bar, right? Banks. Pubs. Red Bull Inn. This stream's not sponsored by Red Bull.
I was wondering if you'd seen a Mr. Booth Lacey around here today.
Nope. Must be my lucky day.
Well then, if it's your lucky day, why not spread some good cheer in the form of a pint and some food to that unfortunate chap standing outside your door? Poor bloke is missing an arm and a leg.
That poor bloke's your one and only Booth Lacey. Well, the whole thing's an act. He's as normal as you and me. Spends half his time begging out front and the other half swindling folks down at London Bridge Station.
Wait, what was that last?
I was wondering if you'd seen a Mr. Booth Lacey around here today.
Nope. Must be my lucky day.
Well then, if it's your lucky day, why not spread some good cheer in the form of a pint and some food to that unfortunate chap standing outside your door?
Also like to point out that Watson does not take it upon himself to help out the unfortunate gentleman outside the door, but he asked the bartender to do it for him.
Poor bloke is missing an arm and a leg.
That poor bloke's your one and only Booth Lacey. Well, the whole thing's an act. He's as normal as you and me. Spends half his time begging out front and the other half swindling folks down at London Bridge Station.
London Bridge Station. She's sponsored by the Red Bull by the last year. Oh my god, that's another one I still need to see. I gotta come up with a proper list of things to see and watch and do. London Bridge Station. Here we go.
Mr. Lacey, I see you still make your living by strapping your arms and legs behind you and fooling the poor public out of its tuppence.
Man's got to make a living somehow. What can I do for you, Holmes?
I want to ask you about the murder of General Armstead.
General who?
Really, Lacey. Perhaps you can fool some of the public some of the time, but you can never fool Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, that General Armstead.
Where were you at 10 o'clock this morning?
Where else would I be? I was at church.
You, Lacey, at church? It hardly seems likely.
I swear, at St. Mary's. They pass out soup and bread every morning at 9:30. The father will vouch for me. You can even ask him.
I may just do precisely that.
Okay, St. Mary's.
I was wondering, Father, if you happen to know a man by the name of Booth Lacey.
I should say that I do. I see him every morning.
At Vespers?
Wish that it were. No, at our soup kitchen. We can pray for the unfortunates of this world, certainly, but we can also offer them a little sustenance of a more nourishing kind. Every morning at 9:30, our doors are thrown open to those less privileged than ourselves. And every morning, without fail, Booth Lacey is here.
You're certain of that?
I am. You see, with only one arm, he needs someone to carry his bowl to the table. Invariably, I am that someone.
Okay, so Booth Lacey did not do it. Confirmed. Okay. Okay, who else we got here? Any other names catching on anyone? Hercule Lamouche. Not in the book. Fuck. Ezra Zane. Yeah, let's go talk to the person responsible at the Anti-Vivisection League. Faction? Faction. Why not? Let's go.
I question why we have come to this location. If clues are what we are seeking, then we are in the wrong place altogether.
Damn it. Jack Zack? Yeah, there we go. Holmes laughs at the thought that the novelist will be of help, but admits the man does have an active imagination and not be opposed to hearing a hypothesis or two.
Oh, look. There is a note on the door that says that they will be out all afternoon. It appears we have wasted...
That's some straight up Murder, She Wrote right there. Local mystery author. Looking for
our time.
Excellent
opinions.
Deduction, Watson. You're finally learning.
Ugh. Okay. Let's go to the Russian embassy. Sherlock's a bit of a jerk, just a little bit, you know, between the opium and the various other drugs. He's not the greatest, friendliest chap in the world. Just stabbed into my second mango tea.
Count Rostov, Watson.
Count Rostov, Holmes?
Yeah.
According to the woman at the embassy, he is the only Russian national who has arrived in London in the past few days.
But how will we find him?
He's staying at the Kaiser's Royal Hotel.
Kaiser's.
Ever did you deduce that, Holmes?
Elementary, my dear Watson. I asked.
There's hotel. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Hotels. The Kaiser's Royal Hotel.
Are you from the police?
Were you expecting the police?
I was. My valet, Vladimir, reported to me that his interview with Pierre Martin was decidedly unproductive, as he was dead when Vladimir arrived.
I see. Tell me, why did he go to see Martin in the first place?
It was in reference to a certain valuable possession of mine that was stolen some years ago by Pierre's brother, Andre. I was in Paris, and I read in the London Times that General Armstead was to revise his very interesting book to include a chapter concerning that possession. Originally, I came here to visit him.
Then how did you discover Martin's whereabouts?
Shall we say, someone made me aware that Martin was also in London, that he was the general source of information. But when the General Armstead was reported dead, I had no other alternative but to pay a call on Martin. So I sent Vladimir, an old man's legs, you understand, to speak with him.
He's a very animated character. I say that in a very neutral sense. It's I don't know, it's just like... okay, so... Andre Martin stole the Polar Star from Count Rostov. Okay. I don't think we're going to find him just easily here. We go to the museum. Newspapers. I don't think we went to the museum. Oh, the National Gallery. That's what it was. That's where they're having a thing. The National Gallery is having a rare and precious gems and artifacts exhibition. If I ever find art, Holmes need not be asked twice by the good doctor to take a detour to the National Gallery. I can use a muse for my inspiration, detective surmises.
I can't believe we came all this way when there are more important things to pursue.
You said you wanted to go. Okay. Let's take a look. So, Booth Lacey is not... Okay, so it doesn't look like it's anyone else connected to any of the other Tontine ticket holders. At least that's what I'm thinking out loud. I could be absolutely wrong. Feel free to jump in, say that I am. David Sennett. I wonder if we can talk to David Sennett separate from the household, because I think we went to the household last time.
I found...
Oh, this is what... Yeah, we had this last time. Okay. So Peter Martin was found dead via the bellboy. Got a telegram. Info still good. Wells Osborne. Okay, yep. Russian was hanging around. Just arrived in London. Well spoken, with manners. Ran out. Inkwell spilled. Footprints. No blood. So can we connect that valet? That's probably Vladimir the valet. Oh no, too late. Well, that could be it. Oh. I'm a little bit stumped. James Windibank! Let's go send the irregulars. The man wasn't home. The maid came to the door blubbering something about mummies. Got nothing out of this. Oh wait, where's the Fenwicks? Let's go bother the Fenwicks again. No, they're not here, damn it. Yeah, let's go to Madame Tussauds.
I question why...
I was like, I was so happy to say, to see for a split second that we were going to go actually video. Let's check in with Henry Ellis. Let's see if he has anything about any of this stuff.
Ellis, my good man, what can you tell us about the Tontine story?
Time does take its toll, doesn't it? Back in 1865, the Times sponsored a 50th anniversary banquet. I'm quite sure I wasn't out of my pram, but I understand there were 204 survivors at the time. Now there are only 6. Pardon me, 5. Now that the poor general has been skewered.
That was not useful at all. Let's see what Lestrade says, because Lestrade's, you know, best of the best over at Scotland Yard.
Do you people have nothing better to do with your time than to interfere in police matters? Well, don't bother with this one. We have the matter under control. I've compiled a list of suspects, which you may not see. I intend to ask each one for an alibi, and the suspect unable to supply one is our killer. Quite scientific, really. Now, off with you.
Well, then. Let's go get some juicy gossip.
The good general married into a considerable fortune when he took Lord Finch's spinster daughter, Mary, off his hands. Mary's brother, the present Lord Finch, was opposed to the marriage from the very beginning, and there was still considerable friction between him and the general. But through holdings which the general inherited from Mary, he and his former brother-in-law were in business together. Ah, the ironies of life, eh?
Why do you think Malcolm Fitch was so opposed to the marriage?
Well, I'm not sure, but it had something to do with the general's reputation.
There was 8 different people because they could not remember where they were last week. Classic Lestrade.
Reputation with the ladies. Of course, this was before my time. Now, I'm not certain he can be of any help to you, but you might want to check with my illustrious predecessor, Mr. Lloyd Shoemaker.
I'll make a note of that.
You know, of course, the general wrote a book about art collectors and included some less than chivalrous details about how a few of them had come by their collections. One man, Carson Cabot, a gem collector, was quite incensed by being so named. In fact, he accosted Armstead and fractured the general's collarbone.
I understand that the general was going to include a chapter on the Polar Star diamond in his revised book. Would you happen to know if Cabot had anything to do with that particular gem?
Well, I can't be certain, but being the collector he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't already have it in his possession.
In his possession. All right. So, Carson Cabot, let's go take a look.
Can I help you, Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Cabot, I'm looking for the murderer of General Farnsworth Armstead. Where were you this morning?
You don't beat around the bush, do you?
Not if I can avoid it.
Well, it so happens I've been at home all morning.
Yes, I can see that.
Well, of course you can.
Either you've been at home all morning, or there's some other good reason why you are still attired in your bedroom slippers.
Oh, shit! Why was that? Hold on. Why was that some grand revelation?
Can I help you, Mr. Holmes?
Mr. Cabot, I'm looking for the murderer of General Farnsworth Armstead. Where were you this morning?
You don't beat around the bush, do you?
Not if I can avoid it.
Well, it so happens I've been at home all morning.
Yes, I can see that.
Well, of course you can.
Either you've been at home all morning, or there's some other good reason why you are still attired in your bedroom slippers.
Why did he give like a shit-eating grin? I don't understand. Okay, so that was absolutely useless. Lloyd Shoemaker. Okay. Schumacher? No.
Langdale Pike told us you might be able to help us.
And how is Langdale these days? Has he lost his job? Or perhaps you're here to tell me that he's succumbing to some rare disease.
Oh, heavens, no. You'll be happy to know he's in the very pink of health.
Oh, I'm sure you have no idea how that makes me feel.
Mr. Shoemaker, the reason we're here is to ask about General Farnsworth Armstead and the circumstances of his marriage to Mary Fitch. Have you any recollections that might help us?
Miss Mary Fitch. As I remember it, Lord Fitch was in a dither to marry off his daughter. Auction off might be more appropriate, actually.
And Armstead was the highest bidder?
Suffice it to say that despite a reputation as a randy dandy, Armstead's career prospects were bright, and that seemed to be enough of a recommendation for Lord Fitch. The girl's brother was very much against the match and did everything he could to break it up. Soon after the engagement was announced, Armstead went on a tour of duty in France, where he had an affair with a young French girl. She became pregnant with his child.
How positively...
Do it. Sort of. Where's my notes? Where's my notes? Became pregnant.
Scandalous.
Schumacher gonna ask about a Batman movie. Oh yeah. Quick, Avari. Which of this? How many Danny Elfman? How many movies was Danny Elfman involved in with Schumacher? All of them, almost all of them, right? No, not all of them. What am I talking about? Tim Burton did. No. Oh my god, my brain's fucking sharp frizzling, frying. Oh my god. Joel. Schumacher. There's an ongoing, I don't know why it's an ongoing, it just became an ongoing joke on this channel that Danny Elfman is like some sort of evil entity. Because whenever I was playing something, Joel Schumacher just happened to be coming up. It's like, oh, playing Kingdom Hearts. Oh yeah, no, Danny Elfman did this. Danny Elfman did that. It's like, oh, okay. And then I think I was playing Ocarina of Time, and I forget how he showed up, but I just started cursing like, Danny Elfman! So, Batman and Robin. Okay, so that's that one. Oh no, he did Batman and Robin, Batman Forever. Music by Elliot Goldenthal. Both of them. Okay, so neither of them. Right, okay, yep. Okay, so General Armstead got the letter, I'm assuming, about his kid that he had with the French girl. But there's no way to connect that unless back to the newspapers. Jazette? Perhaps another night? Sup at Halliday's? JP? Could that be JP Gerard? Could Jazette be the person we're looking for? Let's see. I don't think Jazette's going to be in here. Looking at first names, I don't see it. Yeah, that's a bit of a... Anyway, actually, let's talk to the lawyer. Better call Hall. See what he says about this stuff. Barrister, right.
Hall's assistant says he's in court and will be there all day.
Damn it.
Pity.
Well then. I don't even think we talked to O'Brien last time.
Sorry to disappoint you on this one, Holmes. I can't uncover a bit of incriminating information on a single one of the remaining Tontine ticket holders. All of those who led eventful lives are dead as a result. It appears the survivors have outlasted the others because they have led such quiet lives.
Okay. Let's check in with the records department.
Is there any mention of the Tontine Fund in the General's will?
None. It simply states that Farnsworth Armstead's entire estate is to be used to form the Armstead Foundation, an organization to be dedicated to the study of military history.
That's just like your opinion, man. So I'm just recalling now that they found Napoleon's figurine turned around. So the polar star has to be connected to it. That doesn't make sense. What are the odds that this is the person with the violet blue flower name? Oh, upcoming Lady of the Theater. My apologies. Oh, Vladimir. Here we go. Yeah, okay. Burlesque. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Vladimir Botkin is, if Vladimir is the valet, then this is exactly what I was thinking earlier. That coded message. Where is it? Shit ass balls. Come on. Where is it? It's got to be in the first newspaper. That sounds stupid. Nope. And the third one? Orkin. Oh. God damn it. 3 days to the chicken? Come on. Okay, so let's see.
This seemed to be...
Yep, okay, never mind. I was like, we can go visit that actor.
I've
no,
rung the bell
we can't.
a half dozen times and no one has come to the door.
Really, Watson? Next time I would appreciate it if you would thoroughly research your leads before you ask me to come.
Just Watson sitting in the hansom cab, going through the phone book. Okay, next one. Let's go. Let's see. Drury Lane. Let's go. Sure, why not? Muffins.
I can't believe we came all this way when there are more important things to pursue.
American Embassy, French Embassy, Russian Embassy. Watson's the killer. We haven't talked to Hogue yet.
General Armstead. Believe I know that name in connection with the Polar Star Diamond. Believe it was once owned by the Russian Count Rostov.
We know that.
Some rich old duffer.
Yep.
Towards the end of '87, somebody pinched it.
We know that too.
To know who?
Yep.
Nobody knows for certain, mind you.
I do.
But the word on the street was the thief was a Frenchie by the name of Andre Martin. Had quite a reputation as a jewel thief, he did, though his reputation was based mostly on rumor. Just before the Polar Star was lifted, he had been seen in St. Petersburg. A few months later, his body was found floating in the Thames.
Oh.
No, he had been strangled. The crime was never solved, and the diamond was never found.
Oh, okay. That's actually useful information, because there's articles about the body being in the river. This is not where I wanted it to be. Where was it? Yeah, okay. The Thames murderer? Alton Sherman. I doubt that, yeah, they're not in the book. Damn it. That would have been neat, huh? I'm kind of stuck. Maybe the gift shop? It's not on the list. Of course it's not. Murray, yep. Yep. We haven't done any research at the London Library. Oh. Huh. I guess there's nothing to learn at the library. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. Where? Kobe's Minerals Limited? All right, let me take a look at my notes again. So I think I've talked to. It's figuring out who this guy with the cane and the cane in the carpet bag. Let's go back to the French embassy.
Farney and I spent over a year quartered together in France in War College. We became the best of friends.
Did you know much of the General's personal life at the time?
He always put the rest of us to shame in the matters of love. Said it was because we had no horse face to spur us on.
Did the General have a passion for horses?
Mon Dieu, no. He was engaged to a terribly unattractive woman by the name of Mary Fitch. Behind her back, that's what he called her. Horseface.
How dreadful. Whatever became of her?
She eventually became Mrs. Armstead and brought her great fortune to the marriage. I believe that Farney looked upon his stay in France as his last great fling.
Are you saying that there was no particular woman at the time?
I did not say that. There was one, but I never met her. My little flower, he called her. I remember one night he could not sleep. He was slightly drunk, and he kept rambling on about promises that must be kept and promises that couldn't be. Finally, he collapsed on the bed with such sadness in his eyes I will never forget it. Ma Fleurette, he said.
How very touching.
Have you seen much of the General over the years?
We have always maintained our friendship through correspondence, until last week, that is. It was the first time we had seen each other in over 40 years. We had supper, and then went to see the French actor Philippe Arnaud perform. The General commented that my presence beside him while French was being spoken reminded him of the old days.
So your visit went well?
Exceedingly well.
Can you think of anything that might have been troubling him?
No, the General was in excellent spirits. He joked about the upcoming Tontine celebration at the Langham, and he was very enthusiastic about the new information concerning the Polar Star. In fact, this week he was supposed to meet with a countryman of mine about it. It is hard to believe that my good friend is gone.
I had to check my notes again because I'm just. Also, hey Phoenix, how's it going? Yay, yeah, the two Sherlock Holmes in the Marvel universe. If I recall correctly, I mean, as much as Robert Downey Jr.'s sort of retired his Iron Man roles, I think he's coming back to. I think they're making another Sherlock Holmes movie with him. I like those movies. They're okay. They're good. So Peter Martin. Let me look that up. I could have sworn that they were gonna doing another third one. Oh, it was hit by the pandemic. That's what it was. Dexter Fletcher would be helming Sherlock Holmes 3 with a December 2021 release date in mind, but obviously that didn't happen. Anywho, all right. So Peter Martin, his brother, Andre Martin, was the one who stole it. But Wells Osborne said the thief was English. I don't believe that they're English. Let me check with Osborne again.
I can't believe we came all this way when there are more...
Oh, fuck off. No. We have to go... Wait, where do we have to go see him again? At, the fucking place to live? Oh, it does reset. Shit. You're absolutely right. Thank you for reminding me. This is a very important thing. Action. Stream. Platforms. I just name this. New grand. And congratulations, Vari, for being the Grand Poobah. For September. Okay. It's been Oh, thank you for the bit. Oh, yes, and drink, yes. So it should be updated now. Hmm? Oh, I think I have it set to all. I don't think I have it renewed for each month. This one. Yeah, because Avari still has the gift leader badge, and I think he gifted a sub to someone back when I was still playing Kitchen Simulator. So I'll have to change that after the stream. Or I don't know if I could change it. That's something I could change now? I don't know if that anyway. We have to go to what was the place called? Something in company. Norgate. That's what it is. Norgate and Company.
General Armstead's book has been a very controversial subject from the start.
I understand the original publication caused quite a stir among the public.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, you know, of course, that many of the treasures listed in the book had, in fact, been stolen by their present owners. That revelation caused quite a sensation, and we were delighted. The more libel suits that were pressed against us, the more the book sold.
May I ask why the General chose to revise an already successful book?
There was one piece of critical information missing from the first edition. It was the whereabouts of a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star.
Seems to be a very popular gem.
Indeed. So you can imagine his excitement when last March he received a letter from a Frenchman by the name of Pierre Martin, who claimed to know where the diamond was. He had even provided a detailed description of how the gem was stolen from its last known owner, a Russian fella, a Count Rostov. He said the thief was an Englishman.
Might you know his name?
Martin wouldn't tell unless we paid. As I understand, he was in town a day or so ago and had tried to set up a meeting with the General. Unfortunately, I don't believe they had a chance to meet.
Something doesn't... I gotta watch this again, because something doesn't add up here.
General Armstead's book has been a very controversial subject from the start.
I understand the original publication caused quite a stir among the public.
Oh, yes, indeed. Well, you know, of course, that many of the treasures listed in the book had, in fact, been stolen by their present owners. That revelation caused quite a sensation, and we were delighted. The more libel suits that were pressed against us, the more the book sold.
May I ask why the General chose to revise an already successful book?
There was one piece of critical information missing from the first edition. It was the whereabouts of a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star.
Seems to be a very
Wait. Hold on. Hold the phone.
Farney and
Aha! He has a cane.
I spent over a year quartered together.
I think it's him. Okay. Hear me out. Okay.
In France.
So this guy's been...
We became the best of friends.
They became friends.
Did you know much of the General's personal life at the time?
He always put the rest of us to shame in the matters of love. Said it was because we had no horse face to spur us on.
Did the General have a passion for horses?
Mon Dieu, no. He was engaged to a terribly unattractive woman by the name...
Okay, so this guy fits the description so far. He's old, had a cane. I'm assuming the carpet bag is somewhere. And he had to have dueled with a cane. But the thing is, this is what clinches it. Hold on.
Of Mary Fitch. Behind her back,
See, that's what I'm assuming. The cane is a sword.
Horseface.
How dreadful. Whatever became of her?
She eventually became Mrs. Armstead and brought her great fortune to the marriage.
We have to go listen to the valet's statement again.
Are you saying that there was no particular woman at the time?
I did not say that. There was one, but I never met her. My little flower, he called her. I remember one night he could not sleep. He was slightly drunk, and he kept rambling on about promises that must be kept and promises that couldn't be. Finally, he collapsed on the bed with such sadness in his eyes I will never forget it. Ma Fleurette, he said.
How very touching.
Have you seen much of the General over the years?
This is it.
We have always maintained our friendship through correspondence.
Correspondence. And it's the valet's story about the victim post duel doesn't match the heart stabbed it. It doesn't. We haven't listened to the valet's story since then.
I found the general leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well. But I might say that Mrs. Armstead did not get on very well with anyone, including the General.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially such a nasty one.
If there was no love lost between them, why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or something.
Tell me, do you know what the General was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book. The part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the general just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the General have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Girard. Neither the General nor I have seen him in 40 years.
So he knows who he is. So that may not be... Valet couldn't have done it because we used the butler argument last time. He's still around, yeah.
In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
I'm obviously curious about the General's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpetbag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the General, and he handed me a letter to take in to him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to...
Yes, this game is the same every time we play it. Which is why I've been very trying to not look up anything about it to prevent spoilers.
Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars.
Hussars.
General's old regiment. When the general read it, he went very pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
I'm stuck again because I was like, oh, it's the friend, because the friend knows the stuff and the things and the. No, I don't know. It's hello, welcome in, welcome in. How did you get the royal flush? Did you go fish with inscription? Did you gin rummy? Okay, so this one's a bit more of a. Yay! Wait, what the hell? What just happened? Wait, what? Did I just get rated twice by Fruity Bat? Once with 6 and once with 1. I'm so confused right now. More confused in what's going on in this case. The double Fruity raid. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you rest up. I hope you have your... Go get a drink, stretch. Carry it around for the story. That's what I'm thinking. All right, so to catch you fine folks up, we are playing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, the case of the Tin Soldier, which so far has very little relevance. We're investigating the death of General Farnsworth Armstead, who is one of the ticket holders of the Waterloo Tontine Lottery. There are 6 ticket holders left, well, now 5 after Armstead's murder, and we're trying to figure out what's going on. General Armstead is apparently an art collector and was working on a book called Treasures of the Conquerors, which he's sort of talking about all these different stolen gems and their lineage and that kind of stuff. My read did not work. Oh no, it did work. I got double. I got twice. Hello, welcome in, welcome. So yeah, right now we're trying to just kind of figure out who is doing this stuff. There was the other 5 ticket holders, Captain Robert Jurgens, Anita and Claire Thomas, the twins, William Rowland, and Peter Dudley. But we've kind of figured out that none of them really have any real reason to do this stuff. Sort of. That's what I'm assuming. I'm putting a lot of words and a lot of theories out there. Okay, good. Unangi. Good. It was the Lions. Of course, it's the Lions. So we just heard the scenario of what happened. Apparently, General Armstead was stationed in Paris and apparently has a child with some French lady, and he was attacked after an old letter was delivered to him, and there's a lot more to cover in this one than the last one, but I don't know. I'm starting to get stuck. And like there's the Count Rostov, who was the previous owner of a gem that the General Armstead was writing about, and trying to figure out more information about that. The general's dead wife was apparently a horse face that every single person who's ever known her has called her that, including her brother. It's so absolutely terrible. Yeah, no, there's a lot here. It's a lot to unpack. But we have some information, but not a lot of it connects to anything. Oh yeah, Scooby-Doo was also here. I think it was in the newspaper. Yeah. The strange incident at the ancestral grounds of Duke Lannister came to a glad conclusion yesterday as the culprit for a ghostly hoax was thwarted by a ragtag group of kids. Spake Lord Dentmore, the head of the perpetrator. I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those kids and their dog. Brother was very concerned about her personal happiness outside of the face thing. That is true. That is also true. But we don't have a lot connecting anything else to Lord Finch. Yes, posture check. I've been pretty good. I've been pretty good with my posture, I think. And, okay, the drink, I'm currently halfway done my second mango tea. We also found a hobbit. Yes. I think the regulars were sent to go. Go talk to Bilbo Underhill. A chap came to the door right away. He did. Short fellow, nice enough, but all quiet like. He had the hairiest feet I've ever seen. Okay, yeah, so there was a valid recount of the facts of General Armstead's death. These included turned military figure, a painting of the general's wife, a book the general was writing, and most importantly, an old man with a cane and a carpet bag who killed the general. So, yeah, rumor has it General Armstead had an affair with a French girl engaged to Mary Fitch. While engaged, yeah. Oh, they uncovered some minor details about the origin of Tontine. So we tried to go to the library, but it wouldn't load. So that's the thing. Do we have enough to go to the judge yet? Let's see.
No, gentlemen. You haven't done a thorough enough job of investigating yet. Do continue your sleuthing.
See, this is what I don't understand about this game. The judge knows exactly what's going on. He knows, it can tell you whether or not you're correct or not, which doesn't make any sense. That's not how judges work. Okay, so we haven't done enough investigations, which is good and bad. It's good because it means, okay, that makes sense. Because we still have to figure out what that letter was about that he received. We don't have a motive, because I'm not even convinced that it's a motive about the taunting. I think it's just a coincidence. Because if that's the case, why isn't someone going after all these other guys? Why is it him? This is something completely different, and it's got to be related to either his work with the Polar Star, or it's got to be his. It's hard to pinpoint what it is. Villain is opposite Eastern Judge. And he was killed with a sword right through the heart. But he had enough time to keel over and possibly turn around that little thing. The little figurine in the cabinet. I don't know. Records office? William Rowland? He's the one who has gout. Been having gout for 2 weeks. He has 2 sons in America with an import business and a daughter who was married to Wentworth Cobbett, who is a poet. And then Booth Lacey, I think that was a red herring, because Booth Lacey is just a scammer, but he was at St. Mary's Church in the morning. Plus, he doesn't fit the... He's not an old guy with a cane and a carpet bag and a... Unless it was the disguise. Do mice think bats are angels? Dead mice? Oh no. Yes, I will drink more mango tea. I think all the folks that just came in now missed earlier. I had purchased one of those Coca-Colas with coffee, but I accidentally got the vanilla flavor because I was like, oh, I'm going to try this. I've been seeing this on the shelf for a while now. I'm going to give it a try. So I picked one up, and it is the most vile thing that I've ever had in my life. I had like 2 sips, and I had to dump it down the drain. It was so bad. It's just not for me. It's like, oh, I have half a cup of Coke left. I'm just gonna go over to that really stereotypical terrible coffee dispensing machine and just get the cheapest coffee there with a little bit of fake vanilla. Like, it was terrible. Captain Morgan's mango rum. Oh wow, that does not sound that great. Like, maybe rum with like mango juice or like the mango nectar, that might be okay, but anything like that has like its fake, or like what one would assume to be like a fake flavoring to an actual existing beverage, that just doesn't sound good to me. Okay. So we also talked to the judge, meaning we don't have enough information to do anything with, which is right, which is good. Ooh, peppermint tea. Peppermint tea is nice. I find that peppermint bothers my stomach. And I don't know why. Every single tea that I've had that has peppermint in it has just, my stomach has not agreed with it. For sleepy tea though, I've had, well, there's, I think it's a chain. I think people know what David's Tea is. It's a sort of like a loose leaf tea franchise shop. Anyway, they have this tea called Valerian Nights. It has valerian root and vanilla in it, I think. I don't. It's got some stuff in it, but it's very nice. And that does knock me out cold. So Jean-Paul Girard is his old friend from Paris, and he recalls hearing him talk about my little flower, my fleurette, and that's the woman he got that armstridge. I've really forgotten the name. My goodness, chamomile tea. That's true. It also has chamomile in it as well. That's right. Armstead. There we go. General Farnsworth Armstead. It's the elderly French guy. That's what I can't figure out. Hercule Lamouche? No, that's just a name we pulled out of the magazine. I feel like there's another name we need to pull out of here, and I just can't for the life of me figure out what that is. Wait a second. I wonder if there was... Jean-Paul Girard talked about going to see the some actor. Eric Idler, no. Entertainments. Ah, yes. All hail Phoenix, the new Grand Poobah. Info dead at theater. Evanson and Co. Okay, that's something related. Oh yeah, it's a channel point redemption. So, every single time someone buys it, they get the new title of which is almost meaningless. But the price of it doubles every single time. So right now it's set at two channel points. Shortly after 10 o'clock. The hero's quest through. Ah, all hail Panda Dragoon, the new Grand Poobah. I could have sworn is the. I remember seeing it. I remember seeing the article for it in here. Where was it? Grand Poobah's Royal Flush. Well, I wonder if the Theatre Française is just in the directory. Of course, it's not. Hey, mate. Oh no, did I set it to one and done? No, there's a 60-second cooldown. Oh no, it should be. Okay, I'm like all scatterbrained. You can usurp your. Yeah, it's not a perfect system. I mean, you can if you want to keep making it impossible for anyone else to buy you out. I haven't really come up with a prize or anything for it or a reward. So I'm looking for it's the Ladies League of Finches.
I can't believe.
Okay, yeah. Actually, my mods are never here. I mean, it's not really. It's they earn points. This mods and VIPs. Do they earn points faster? That doesn't sound right. The only way you can earn points faster is if you're subscribed. I think. I don't think they get any special multiplier or anything. Mods? That doesn't. I don't think that. I don't know. Which mods earn channel points? Faster? I don't think that's right. I don't know. Consecutive secret watching stream. Yeah, yeah. Because it should also tell you when you click on the hex, like the hex coins at the bottom, specifically my channel, it should tell you what multiplier you have. If there's any mods in the chat and they want to let me know, or unsubscribed VIPs, tell me what your multiplier is. And I'm pretty sure Like once you click on it, it's at the sort of the top underneath Melty's rewards and challenges, and then it should say what the multiplier is. Because mine's considered a tier 3 subscription, and it says 2 times. You're at 1.2. Yeah, you're at 1.2, but you're also subscribed. Which is the normal rate. Sorry, I'm getting all... You have 10,000 points, not nice. I don't know what to, Yeah, no worries. I was just worried for a second, like, because if that's the case, then I have to be concerned. Let's go visit Eric Idler.
I've rung the bell a half-dozen times.
Yeah, no one's at the door. Okay, that's cool. I'm sorry. I'm kind of stuck now. I don't know what to... I refuse to ask Watson for a hint, because that's just... It's worse than... Send the regulars. Banged on the door a good while. Only thing is I managed to stir up was a Bobby that came to run me off. Okay. Halliday's? We can go to Halliday's. Halliday's private hotel.
I question why we have come to the...
Nope. Edward Hall. Haymarket Theater.
I can't...
Nope. Now we're just clicking and going. All right, let's review everything again. Captain Robert Juergens, Anita and Claire Thomas. What are the points right now? Oh, they're terrible. And up they go. We won low score. Peter Dudley. Peter Dudley. I don't think he has any reason to.
Now, what can I be doing for you, Governor?
I'm working with Sherlock Holmes. We're looking into the unfortunate death of General Farnsworth Armstead.
Oh, of course. I've just come off a job I had. My apologies for not looking me usual spit-polished self.
Oh, don't bother. I hardly noticed.
Make yourself at home. I wish the missus were here to offer up some tea.
That's quite all right. I won't keep you long.
Heard about the General. Didn't know him, of course. Had no cause to wish him harm, tontine or no. But I've got to look at it philosophical-like. I'm the youngest now, so I've got the best chance of lasting the longest.
Yeah, that gave me nothing. Lord Aisley Denham. Why is that? Is that something that we should be keeping track of? I remember writing something down. Kelzaba, hello! Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Consumption Hospital sounds like a cheerful place, huh? Let's go send the regulars. Got several cuts bandaged while I was there, but wasn't much going on in terms of murders. I mean, that's a nice thing. They got checked out. They got checked up. That's nice. I am stuck. I don't know what else. All right, so we're trying to investigate the murder of, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna run the. We're gonna talk to Thing again. David Sennett. I'm gonna run to the washroom because I've been chugging back these mango teas. So I'll run this and hopefully I'll be back before it ends.
I found the General leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well. But I might say that Mrs. Armstead did not get on very well with anyone, including the General.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially such a nasty one.
If there was no love lost between them, why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or some such thing.
Tell me, do you know what the General was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book, the part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the General just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the General have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Girard. Neither the General nor I have seen him in 40 years. In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
I'm obviously curious about the General's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpetbag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the General, and he handed me a letter to take in to him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars, the General's old regiment. When the General read it, he went very pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
Okay. Yeah, so the Bridge Hotel, that's hotels. That's where we found out that Peter Martin was dead. I think.
How in the world did you hear about it so soon, Mr. Holmes? The body's still warm. Couldn't have happened more than 10 minutes ago.
Body? What body?
Well, the one what's upstairs in 203.
We're here for something else, actually. Looking for Pierre Martin.
Well, that's the very fellow what was done in.
Well, tell me, young man, do you know what transpired?
Well, Mr. Martin checked into the hotel on the 8th. He was a Frenchman. I didn't speak to him much.
On the 8th. Okay. On the 8th.
Who discovered the body?
I did.
How terribly observant.
Well, I came along to his room to deliver a wire. Here it is, sir.
Information still valuable. See me, Wells, Osborne, Norgate and Company, publishers. Tell me, did you see anyone suspicious hanging about?
No. No, sir. Well, actually, now that I think about it, there was a rather large man with a foreign accent, Russian, I think. He said that he wasn't sure about the address and that he'd only just arrived in London. He asked for Mr. Martin, and I sent him straight up. Well, he was rather well-spoken and well-mannered. I didn't think anything of it at the time. A few minutes later, he came down. He was practically running. I saw him go out the front door and hail a cab.
Was there anything amiss in the room?
I'll say. An inkwell was toppled on its side, left an awful mess on the carpet. Big blue spots and inky footprints right the way to the door. The manager will be in a fret when he sees it. Fortunately, there was no blood.
Perhaps he was strangled.
That's all we have from that. We're pretty sure that that guy was Count Rostov's valet, who is the previous owner of the Polar Star.
Are you from the police?
Were you expecting the police?
I was. My valet, Vladimir, reported to me that his interview with Pierre Matin was decidedly unproductive, as he was dead when Vladimir arrived.
I see. Tell me, why did he go to see Matin in the first place?
It was in reference to a certain valuable possession of mine that was stolen some years ago by Pierre's brother, Andre. I was in Paris, and I read in the London Times that General Armstead was to revise his very interesting book to include a chapter concerning that possession. Originally, I came here to visit him.
Then how did you discover Matin's whereabouts?
Shall we say, someone made me aware that Matin was also in London, that he was the general source of information. But when the General Armstead was reported dead, I had no other alternative but to pay a call on Matin. So I sent Vladimir, an old man's legs, you understand, to speak with him.
Again, the most animated character in this entire game. So I think letting him know that he's in town. He's too smiley, yeah. It's got to be some sort of, like, secret message. I have old legs. Oh my goodness. It's the bright day that brings forth the adder. Like, this feels like it's something. We go to the National Gallery. I thought we did, and it's like Holmes was excited to go to the National Gallery because it's always a good chance to go there and see the stuff, and they get there's like, why the fuck are we here? Yeah. Need not be asked twice by the good object to detour to the National Gallery. I could use a muse for my inspiration, detective surmises.
I can't believe we came all this way when there are more important things to pursue.
Indeed, Holmes. I don't know what got into us.
You bastards. I wonder if we can actually go send them to Bilbo Underhill rather than just the regulars.
Well, he certainly was a chatty fellow, but I got the distinct feeling that he had no idea why I came to this location.
It's not going too well. We still don't have enough information to go to the judge, which means there's still a piece of crucial information that we just haven't connected yet. And I'm pretty sure my notes are not correct anymore. Let's see. Let's go back to the Wentworth. Can't keep... Is he the king? What did Pierre Matin say? Can't... Pierre Matin... I don't know what he said either. Yeah, they saw a play headline, but Pierre Matin, who had information about the polar gem? Yes. Claire. Captain Jurgens. Can't keep the names straight. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, this is like, we need like a pin board with like red yarn. Like that. This is what we need for this. So it's an old man with a cane and a carpetbag with a French accent who killed the general. Yeah, Pierre Martin is the one who is dead at the hotel, and then Vladimir went up to visit, but he was dead and left inky footprints, no blood. Came running out of the hotel. Booth Lacey was, yeah, he wasn't there. Found out where Count Rostov was staying. Found the dead body. Okay, yep. Wait, didn't we already have that? The detectives. David Sennett recounted the facts of our to the two detectives. Okay, then we did it again. The two detectives visited with the general residence. There, the valet recounted the deaths. Let's go back and visit the brother-in-law.
I admit I strongly disliked Armstead. He was a cad who made my sister's life miserable. I argued at length with my father against the marriage, but to no avail.
But what was your sister's opinion at the time?
Unfortunately, Mary was not the attractive sort who had scores of suitors.
Poor Mary, Jesus.
She'd be left a spinster.
Everyone hating on her,
Engagement was
jeez.
arranged just before Armstead went to France. During the year he was gone, I had him watched and discovered he was in the thick of some scandal involving a young French girl.
And you told your father?
Well, he wouldn't listen. I even went so far as to give the story to the newspapers. But my father got wind of it and used his influence to prevent its publication. I would have done anything to keep my sister away from that man.
Including murder?
Why, that's preposterous. Well, surely you don't think... I was scheduled to meet with Armstead today. But you see, my wife took ill. I spent the whole morning attending to her here until Dr. Ainstree arrived at around 11 o'clock.
But that doesn't make sense, though. Around 11 o'clock, but if we talk to Dr. Ainstree...
We understand you were summoned to Lord Fitch's residence this morning.
Quite right. I received the message at around 9 o'clock and arrived at their home by 10. Lord Fitch met me at the door.
I mean, he was there, but around 11, that's like a whole hour. That's... I mean, if he was there the entire time, fine, but still, though. We're still looking for the guy with the French accent, the old guy with a cane and the carpetbag, which we're pretty sure the cane is also doubling as a sword, because there was a sword battle, but there's only one sword. Let's go back to the scene of the crime. Oh, it's this guy again. Never mind. I would have let her done anything. Murder? Well, you know, let's not get crazy here. Let's, yeah. Some of the irregulars go... no, we've already done this. I want to know who told Rostov that Mateen was in town. That's what I want to know. So the Mateen got into town on the 8th. Or he checked into the hotel on the 8th. Hmm. Oh yeah, I always gotta come back to this. The strange incident that on the ancestral grounds of Duke Lannister came to a glad conclusion yesterday. At the culprit of the ghostly hoax was thwarted by a ragtag group of kids. Spake Lord Dentmore, the head perpetrator. I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for those kids and their dog. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Langham Hotel, yeah, Waterloo Tontine, which is who we're investigating. See, I think I don't know. I have no idea. Halliday's private hotel. I don't know. Deaths? No. Princess Theater. Season of French plays in the company are no. Okay, let's go to Princess Theater. That's where they were that day? Oh, I got an achievement.
Oh, but you must see Philippe perform. My nephew's an artist, a wonder. He manages to portray the Emperor Napoleon from age 19 until his last days on the island of Savarnay. You would swear 5 different actors playing the part, but no, it is only Philippe aging before your eyes. At 48, he's the toast of the continent.
You seem rather young to be the uncle of a 48-year-old man.
I am but 8 years older than Philippe, though I can assure you I am his uncle. You might say that our family has a history of late arrivals. Philippe's father was 25 years older than myself, and Philippe's poor sister was 15 years older than he.
Why do you say poor?
She died many years ago under tragic circumstances. In fact, her mother was so upset over her daughter's death that she was put into an asylum. We received word yesterday from the asylum that she had also passed away. It upset Philippe very much, resurrecting old ghosts, as you might say. But we have been playing for enthusiastic audiences for several weeks. As we say in the business, the show must go on. And Philippe is a trooper. He would never allow it to affect his performance.
Can you tell us where Philippe Arnaud is this morning? We should like very much to meet him.
Well, he is not here now. Our company is staying at the Grand Hotel. However, I believe today he is visiting the National Gallery. But if you would come back this evening, I will have tickets awaiting, and after the show, you're welcome to come backstage and meet him.
Interesting. Okay. Okay. So the sister, could the sister be Armstead's? Let's watch that again.
Oh, but you must see Philippe perform. My nephew's an artist, a wonder. He manages to portray the Emperor Napoleon from age 19 until his last days on the island of Savarnay. You would swear 5 different actors playing the part, but no, it is only Philippe aging before your eyes.
So he's at 48, so that means 40 years ago? No, he would have been 8. Maybe it's his sister? He can shapeshift, yeah.
48, he's the toast of the continent.
You seem rather young to be the uncle of a 48-year-old man.
I am but 8 years older than Philippe.
Okay, I gotta do fucking math. Damn it. Philip is 48. Uncle is 56.
Though I can assure you, I am his uncle. You might say that our family has a history of late
Also, feel free to correct my math if I'm wrong.
rivals. Philippe's father was 25 years.
Damn it. Father's 25 years older than myself, which means he is 81.
Older than myself, and Philippe.
Sister was 15 years older than he is, so that is 63. 48 plus 15.
Philippe's poor sister was 15 years older than he.
Why do you say poor?
She died many years ago under tragic circumstances.
So, okay. So if we take 40 years away, the sister would have been 23 at the time. Armstead would have been 34.
In fact, her mother was so upset over her daughter's death that she was put into an asylum. We received word yesterday from the asylum that she had also passed away. It upset Philippe very much, resurrecting old ghosts, as you might say. But we have been playing for enthusiastic audiences for several weeks. As we say in the business, the show must go on. And Philippe is a trooper. He would never allow it to affect his performance.
Can you tell us where Philippe Arnaud is?
Okay, we know the rest of this stuff. Okay, so staying at the Grand Hotel. Let's go to the Grand Hotel.
How fortunate that Inspector Lestrade authorized the hotel manager to allow us to search Philippe Arnaud's room.
Perhaps we can return the favor and solve a case for him someday. Today, for example. Let's look around.
What the fuck?
How strange that a man who requires a cane would leave without it.
Perhaps he doesn't require it for walking.
Look here at the handle. What?
Knew it. Called it.
Give a fellow a start.
Precisely, Watson. Look here. It appears to be a letter.
Looks quite old. It's addressed to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars. Shall I read it?
Please do.
Can you read, Watson?
Dearest, how I hated you for leaving me, but the child, our child, eased my heartache and muted the hate. Now my sweet baby is...
Comparatively today, it's like, hey, check it out, I found a gun. Bang, 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 bang.
Dead. How
Oh, no.
cruel that the innocent must suffer for the sins of others. Now I have nothing. Now I am nothing. I cannot bear the pain. Goodbye, I love you still, Fleurette. How tragic. Why, perhaps this is the very letter that the General read.
Yeah, it is.
Good thinking, Watson.
Oh shit, Sherlock. I mean, Watson. Okay, so we know now, okay. So, for sure, almost definitely sure, it's Philippe. How he got... No shit, sure, Watson. I don't know. National Gallery.
I can't.
Yeah, no. The Sunday Regulars. Didn't much fancy the stuff there. None of the people, they kept pointing at me and laughing. All those poor kids. Okay, so this makes a lot more sense. So he... So if I understood that correctly, the Found a tragic letter from Florette, a sword and a cane, and a carpet bag. So yeah, it's dead to rights. It's him. Death stabbed from below is why I asked. But it doesn't account for the fact that there was a sword fight. The valet heard a sword fight through the door. Learned that Philip recently lost his mother and is staying at the Grand Hotel. Is currently visiting the National Gallery, which it's not actually there. So long ago, like you forget. Yeah, no, that's just fair. Holmes and Watson inspected Philip Arnaud's room, found a tragic letter from Florette, a sword and a cane, and a carpet bag. Okay, so that tracks. But him getting out doesn't make sense. Oh, he disguised himself as the miniature and sat in the shelf and looked away. That he's still there. I have no notes. My brain. I'm satisfied in that. We think Philip Arnaud did it in revenge for his sister. Disguised himself older. And then killed him that way. And then when earlier in the week, when J.P. Gerard went with him to the theater, that's where he recognized him. To frame the other guy. I don't know if it was really a matter of framing anyone. I think he just did it and got away with it. Let's see if the judge will listen to us now. I got an achievement. You found all the key clues.
Hear ye, hear ye.
Remember, this is only half of the thing.
Queen's Court now stands in order.
Who killed General?
I have the pleasure of your company, Mr. Holmes. I understand you've been investigating the murder of General Farnsworth Armstead.
That's correct, my lord, and I believe I have solved the case.
Do you now? Well then, tell me, who murdered the general? A brilliantly logical deduction, Mr. Holmes.
The Oxford Music Hall did it.
Why was the general killed?
It was bricked to death. Sneaky little building. To avenge the honor of Arnaud's sister. Yep. Why was the figure of Napoleon turned around?
What was the general trying to say when he turned round the figure of Napoleon?
His murderer was the actor who was portraying Napoleon. That seems like a bit of a stretch, but war, like murder, is an exercise in futility. The judge is like, what the fuck are you on about, Sherlock? Get the hell out of my courtroom. With one, he wasn't trying to say anything. The figure was turned around accidentally during the struggle. Okay.
Terribly sorry, gentlemen. That is not at all correct.
I know who did it. I'm just not telling you until you tell me correctly. Well, fuck you too, bud. Fuck you too.
I see we have the pleasure of your company, Mr. Holmes.
Philip Arnaud. To avenge the honor of Arnaud's sister.
Thank you, my lord. Now, tell me, gentlemen, what was the general trying to say when he turned round the figure of Napoleon?
I didn't say I was right. Fair enough. Ah. What name did the general call Mary Fitch? Why do we have to keep bringing up that her quote-unquote nickname was Horseface? Why?
Could you tell us what the general used to call his wife?
Just for the record. What do you mean, what for the record? It's just, leave the poor woman alone.
Well, you've done an admirable job in resolving this mystery. I'd say you're on a par with just about any other armchair detective out there. I would suggest, however, that you rethink this case again, thereby improving your sleuthing skills.
Yeah, fuck you. All right. Holmes' score is 40. Our score is 710. So now we have to go and we have to get a better score than Holmes so we get the achievement. Talk to Mr. Holmes about General Armstead, fair bloke. Poor bloke. As far as clue points go, here's how you did. Listen to how Mr. Holmes did it and try again and see if you can do it better. Listening to Holmes' smug-ass solution is our reward for getting it right the first time. So we want to... We'll go to... Send the irregulars. Look like an old man with a cane done the good general in. Sort of. We were right. It's just it took there was a lot of like steps in that case. We also need to know about Princess Theater, send the irregulars. Sure, they say they're open, but for us they're not. Okay. So the detectives, they'll talk. Is that enough? Can we just go to the judge now?
Hear ye, hear.
We can totally just go and talk to them now. Philip Arnaud. Avenge honor of our sister.
Now, tell me, gentlemen, what was the general...
Horseface!
That is extraordinary sleuthing. Why, I do believe you may have matched Mr. Sherlock Holmes' solution.
Excuse me.
Remarkable feat indeed.
Excuse me, Your Honor. We blew it out of the fucking water.
An extremely difficult case, and your score is absolutely perfect. I'm quite sure we could not have done any better.
You couldn't have, because I did. All right, Holmes, let's see you explain this one.
You say you've come up with a solution, and yet you sit there calmly cleaning your meerschaum. Please, Holmes, tell me what you've uncovered.
Of course, Watson. It's quite simple, really. The most intriguing fact about this murder was the method. Mr. Sennett's report that he had the distinct sound...
His meerschaum, that's what that giant white pipe is called. It's, I think the material is... I think that's why it's called that. I don't know, but that he's polishing his pipe. That doesn't sound any better. Sorry.
Sound of swordplay struck me as most odd. It suggested an affair of honor. At General Armstead's home, my suspicions were confirmed. The old letter addressed to Captain Armstead, a rank he'd held some 40 years ago, suggested that it must have concerned something from the past. Something that was clearly upsetting to him. That was the reason for the duel.
But how can you be so sure there was a duel?
Yeah, I don't know if they're still here. Lorelei called it. It was definitely a matter of honor with that duel.
Simple reasoning, my dear Watson. The general had time to place his chair against the wall, climb upon it, and retrieve a saber.
Fair enough.
The murderer allowed him to arm himself. A duel is the only event that fits with the facts.
Are you sure the caller carried a sword? I thought all he had with him was a carpet bag and a cane.
You idiot! You're the one who found the fucking cane! God damn it.
Perhaps it only appeared to be a cane.
Ah, yes.
The intruder was described as an old man, yet he left the premises over an 8-foot wall. Clearly he was in disguise and carried off the ruse with enough expertise to completely fool the general's manservant. The carpet bag must have been used as the receptacle of the disguise when it was no longer needed.
Positively clever of you, Holmes. But what made you think it was Arnaud?
Well, since we were looking for someone adept at the art of disguise, Gerard's mention of the actor Philippe Arnaud struck a chord. Also, Arnaud plays Napoleon. No small coincidence.
What are you getting at, Holmes?
When the general turned round at the figure of Napoleon, he was trying to tell us that his murderer was Napoleon. Or rather, the actor playing Napoleon, Philippe Arnaud.
So Arnaud killed the general to avenge his long-dead sister's honor. Ah, well, unlike most of our cases, this motive was closer to the heart than to the pocketbook.
Quite so, Watson. When Arnaud's sister Fleurette was an impressionable young girl, she fell madly in love with the dashing English captain. When he left, she took her own life.
So pathetic.
Wait, there's more.
Jesus Christ.
Stricken mother went mad and was sent into an asylum.
Thus, in the twinkling of an eye, little Philippe Arnaud, who was but a child himself, lost both his mother and his sister.
It's so sad. I'm sure he was too young to understand the circumstances that caused it.
Yes, but 4 decades later it all became clear when he found a letter written by his sister. It yielded an explanation and a name. Armstead. He came to London armed with that letter and a sword cane.
But he was here for several weeks before he did the deed.
Yes, and he might not have done it at all had it not been for the news of his mother's death. That was the final blow. He went straight away to the General's home to take his revenge. Voila.
Positively brilliant, Holmes. How do you do it?
With his pipe cleaner, of course.
For you meddling kids. Well, that was a thing. I think we just got another 100% on these achievements again. Oh boy. Okay, so there's one more left of this collection. I'm not going into it tonight because it's already 3.5 hours into the stream. And as much as yeah. I've been updating my Steam profile page with the smug ass picture achievement of the you beat Sherlock Holmes in his own solving of the mystery crime thing, and he's got the smuggest looking face I've ever seen in my life. The last one is called I'll tell you this on promising that no one looks up answers to it, and the Mystified Murderess. So there's a collection of them of Sherlock Holmes and Consulting Detective. Now this is a game series that has multiple games in it. There's 3 of them that are available on Steam, which are the ones that I bought that I've been playing through. Last one was the Curse of the Mummy, the Case of the Tin Soldier, and then this one. Or no, this Case of the Tin Soldier, which is this one, and then the one that we're going to do next time, which I haven't figured out what it's called yet, or what when I'm going to do that. So upon looking back for more stuff, I was able to find 2 other collections of 3 games. So there's another 6 of these games to go through. But the problem is they're not updated like this one is. So they are still like DOS, maybe Windows 3. Either way, I'm going to have to find some sort of way of playing it. But it is I mean, I'm having fun with these things as much as they're like, why the fuck do I have to do this? Why the fuck do I have to do that? I'm enjoying the working through this together. This is what I'm enjoying the most about it. Hopefully I'll come up with a much better. We did just beat it. Yeah. Spoiler alert. Uh-oh. There it is. It turned out it was the actor. Spoilers over. So yeah, I'm totally down to continue playing these games in the series. With how October is sort of planned, I don't know how.
Incoming message from Phoenix 13,000. Spoiler.
Spoiler. We're gonna do this fun doing part how weird the red herring paths are. Yes, exactly. Yeah, so with the way that I want to have, well, now that I've sort of worked out my own sort of stream schedules, it's how's that says? Yeah, I know. It's so the way that I have my October schedule, or my new sort of stream schedule set up, I'm going to be doing streams Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Fridays are going to be up in the air whether or not I do one in the evening, because I'm assuming, I'm hoping that Kiwi over on Kelsbeth's channel with the new shoutout command, which I've already ran once earlier today. Shout out. Yeah, hopefully that will continue. And I'm sort of, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to start doing some chiller streams in the evening because I'll probably take a break for like dinner. And then depending on how I'm feeling, I might, yes, more bird butts. Yes. Because I know there's some, I still need to finish some, King's Quest, and then, Slottle won last claims, so I have to go through some Atofu boyfriend. And I figured maybe Friday evenings are the best time to do it because I can go a bit later. We'll see how it works out. We'll use this maybe this week as a test. But yeah, October is obviously the spoopy month, which means I'm gonna be getting into some Resident Evil games. I think Resident Evil 3 is what I'm gonna get started in, as well as trying to do some Phasmophobia with friends, which I think I'm gonna do on Wednesdays because in the past I've been able to do Wednesday co-op streams in the past. So Hatofu boyfriend. Yeah. And I do apologize wholeheartedly in advance. I'm gonna butcher every single name that I see unintentionally. Yeah. So I think that's gonna be it. To sort of take care of others housekeeping businesses. I've dissolved the last claims because it didn't turn out like not a lot of people were claiming it, or they would forget, or so I got rid of it altogether. I was painted yeah, Dragoon. And it's funny because a buddy of mine, CP Superstore, has a bot named Bandit, which is named after a raccoon joke that we had when we were playing Rift Tracks. That's a whole thing. Plus, I think there's the Bandit emote on my channel here, and there's bandits. If you try not to, they'll mess with you. No worry. Yeah, of course. Yeah. What else is there? Oh yeah, so the Minecraft server thing is still going on. We just haven't had a chance to hop in as much. But it's still gonna be going on. We're still gonna have the explosive viewer interaction stream where you guys will be able to spawn in a whole bunch of hordes of zombies and stuff, and we have to fight everyone off, and hopefully our base doesn't get destroyed. Or it might. It could. That's part of the fun. But we have a whole bunch of tech and magic we still need to set up for that. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I am not a number. I am a free man. You are number... Is it 6 or 5? I am number 2. I love The Prisoner. Prisoner's so good. More people need to watch The Prisoner. Honestly, it's so good. Let's go to the let's go to the outro screen for a little bit. Hang out here and catch up. Underscore. How's it going, underscore? Yeah, so Resident Evil 3, I think I'm gonna start that probably maybe next Monday. King's Quest, I'm gonna work on. All hail Slottle, the new Grand Poobah. Wednesday, I'm going to attempt to try and get some Phasmophobia going with friends. I have to check some people availability for that. If Phasmophobia doesn't happen Wednesday, then it's going to be Resident Evil 3 for sure. The modded Minecraft, that's again going to be sprinkled out throughout. I haven't quite sure how we're going to finish that or when we're going to finish that, but it will be sooner than later because we don't want to keep going for much longer, especially if we're renting a server and we don't want to a last. Oh yes, no, I've gotten rid of last. Not a lot of people were claiming it, so I figured it wasn't worth the trouble of trying to work it. So I just got rid of it. So that means the firsts are worth even more now. All hail Bandit Dragoon, the new Grand Poobah. So yeah, the Grand Poobah will be the new. I'll figure out some sort of fun reward for being the Grand Poobah. Maybe I'll go to you for any sort of game choice. Who had the last? Slottle did, and Slottle used their last to make me play Hatoful Boyfriend, which I will never pronounce correctly. Which I'm borderline concerned and excited to try. I did also pick up Aviary Attorney, which is, I guess, similar to this in the same way that it's a sort of mystery solving game, but it's also like Ace Attorney. Anyway, yeah, so Wednesday will be Phasmophobia if I can get people together for it. Otherwise, it'll be Resident Evil 3. Hatto Full. Okay, there we go. I have originally wanted to play Toonstruck, but I also ran into the problem of there's the possibility of outdated off-color jokes there, which I'm not 100% comfortable streaming quite yet. Chicken Police, I did see that. I did see Chicken Police. I almost picked that up at the same time. Oh yeah, I think last time. Do you need some of my patented what's it called? My sensor things, which I realized I was showing this all off last time, but I don't know if Kels was still here. I could show off more OBS mastery that I accidentally oh my god, it's deafening. Okay. Peter Farley, you magnificent son of a bitch. Why is this screaming in my ears? Okay, so get the hell out of my ears. Okay. So last time I was trying to go to the outro screen, I accidentally hit another button that I had prepared. In September, I was going to run through Deadly Premonition with my buddy Nate. But upon further research, I found that there was going to be some questionable material in there that I didn't feel comfortable streaming. And some of the material that I could have gotten away with, it just would have been a bit of a annoying thing to get around, is there was like, oh, it's a dead body, oh, it's a corpse without a lot of clothes on, that kind of situation. So I had come up with a really fun way to try and cover the screen. And this was one of them, because I accidentally hit this last time trying to go to the outro, and I was like, wait a second, what's happening? Oh, it's Santa. Oh no, it's Santa. And then I had other ones set up too. It's like, oh, Santa's got friends. Oh no, Santa's got friends. This is no good. Oh no, there's more of them. Oh no. And then there was, well, that's the whole joke of it was I was just gonna never bring up the fact that this was happening. Like, oh, there's something going on in the background. Like, oh no, it's a corpse. What are we gonna do? Oh, what's going on with the game? What's going on with the oh, it's a cat. Oh, there's a cat. What's going on with the kitten? Don't look back there. There's bad things back there. Don't worry about that. Okay, yeah. Nope. And then oh, the cat got bigger. Oh, he's angry orange cat. Yep. Nope. It's just oh, something's going on. No, don't look behind there. No, don't. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a dog one. I really wish I did. And then there's lions. the cats got bigger. So I'm very limited in what I could find for commercial-free clips like this that had like that green screen sort of background without having to pay $60 for a 2-second clip. Unsubscribe. Yeah, I want to add to these things, but the lines from the paper, we must protect them. Exactly. Yeah, no, yeah, it's, oh my god, it's you have no idea how I'm lucky I found those things. And I mean, I reused the Santas, what, 3 times? Let's see an animated fruity at the top of the screen. I mean, I did stream Sea of Thieves with the Fruity Bat, I think last Wednesday. Yes, and their head was poking out of the sort of the head. Whenever I have stuff, like I always have people in these hexes, I had them sticking out of the hex because of the ears. You do have an idea? I'm eager to hear about it. I'm also, I think what I'm going to do as well. Congratulations, Wyra. All hail the new Grand Poobah. Long may they reign. About the video, he said, I have no idea. Oh, yes. Fair enough. Yeah, I think I'm going to start doing more on-camera things. This is just me also thinking out loud. I have a bunch of, not a bunch of ideas. Yes, Cameron. You have no idea how close I was this week buying a Sherlock Holmes costume to play these damn games. It might still be something I'm going to do if we want to play more Sherlock Holmes games. The problem is every single one I see, the quality looks shittier than the last. So it came down to me actually buying a costume or just putting in the money to get like a nice actual smoking jacket, which is what Sherlock pretty much wears the entire time in this game when he's at home. All hail Bandit Dragoon, the new Grand Poobah. Long may they reign. That's getting expensive. So yeah, my brain's starting to come apart. I don't know what else to talk about. I think I'm gonna have, yeah. Well, what I'm talking about, I guess, why I brought up the on-camera stuff, because I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have a chatting screen. I'm not gonna do a just talking stream. I don't have enough to talk about in that kind of regard. I don't think I can keep up a conversation like that. But not that I'm stealing it from Kelzba, but Kelzba has a good format for that. It just chatting. Yeah, there's a chat face. But yeah, I think that's about it. Unless, because I mean, I could talk about this, but people are going to tune and say, "Oh, he's finishing up." Steal back. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Is there anything else anyone else wants to talk about? Ask. Trying to think. Look at the Discord to see if there's any over on the Discord. See if there's any other thing I need to bring up. Oh yeah, so I'm not gonna be able to get through all the Resident Evil games like I originally thought of, but at least 3, maybe 0, maybe 7. I'm excited for November because it is going to be just a bunch of. Oh, okay. This is the other thing. Okay. All hail Solotl, the new Grand Poobah. Long may they reign. You'd like to know what this weird sound is coming out of your kitchen? Oh, that's yeah, that sounds concerning. So I've been fiddling around with some crowd control stuff. And for those who aren't aware, crowd control is a plugin, an extension that allows viewers to directly interfere with your game. Now, if this sounds familiar, it's because CPU Superstore has made one all on his own. It's an excellent platform. It works wonderfully. But crowd control's been around a bit longer. Not saying I'm not using his stuff. But I've been toying around with trying to. I've tried to use it before. I didn't really have enough people around to help me test it out. I had tried it with, I think, Kirby Superstar, but I have found one. Oh, all hail Bandit Dragoon, the new Grand Poobah. Long may they reign. I had just got it working, I think, yesterday. with Sonic Adventure 2, which I jumped into very briefly to just test it out, because I just jumped into it briefly after finishing Devil May Cry with Nate, and it's a riot. Like some of the redemptions are, I took a screenshot, I put it in the Discord. Like big head mode, give me 20 rings, give me a bomb, kill the player, mirror the entire screen, shrink me, stop all movement, reverse me, high, low gravity, give me a super jump, that kind of stuff. Like, it's gonna break the game real fast. Like, but the problem is with that is it costs real money. And if you've known me a lot, if you've known me at all on the channel, I don't mind if people want to spend money or subscribe, stuff like that. I always do whatever I can to make sure that people don't have to. Like, I don't know, but the way the coins work is they're sort of like bit equivalent, but you also get bits for subscribing while you're anyway. Everyone gets 50 free coins when you run the app for the first time during that session. You can go to the coins, get the free coin. Anyway, I've made everything super, super cheap, so you can get a couple uses out of it. If you want to, you could put more in, but you don't have to. Things are going to be like costing like $1, like not $1, but like 1 coin, 2 coins, 5 coins. So certain things can be pooled together. So if there's like a 20 coin redemption, which there isn't, you can all pitch in for that and then it'll happen. So with that being said, in November, I'm going to be doing a whole bunch of Nintendo 64 games, and one of them just arrived today. I just got Diddy Kong Racing, the cartridge for that just arrived today. And one of the games I'm going to be playing through is Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, because I still have the cartridge. I think it's just sitting under my bed, if I recall correctly. And I'm going to play through that. That's probably going to be one long stream, if that. Maybe it's going to be 2 days. A lot of Wipeout on this. Oh, that sounds familiar. I can't pinpoint it, but yeah. So yeah, I'm going to play through it on the console, but then afterwards, I'm going to be playing the Ocarina of Time randomizer. Sci-fi racing game. I'll have to look that one up, because it sounds familiar, and I think I've seen it. I don't know if I've ever played it, though. But yeah, the Ocarina of Time randomizer I will be playing through, which is a lot of fun, and I highly recommend it, which is why I'm playing through the original game first, so you can kind of get a feel of, this is what Ocarina of Time is about. This is how it's supposed to go. And then afterwards, we'll do the randomizer. But, and this is a fairly big but, I will also enable the crowd control for that randomizer, so you can also screw with me, which is great things like give me bombs, give me money, take away hearts, like stuff like that. Like it's going to be chaos. And you can also change the color of Link, his tunic, Navi, all the stuff. You can do it. Like it's quite a good crowd control interaction for that. And I figured doing the randomizer is going to be crazy enough as it is. Like, oh, you need to go, kill this Deku shrub, and there you go. You get the Master Sword rather than finding it here or there. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to that. That's just like a little less than a month away. So hopefully I'll have more information about that once it becomes available. Can you make Navi silent? So about that, the randomizer can also randomize every single sound. So you could have Navi as the low health sound if you're so inclined, or like the Re-Dead scream. It's so bad, but it's so fun and it's so funny. I really need a just talking screen, because I could just talk for. Here I'm saying I can't maintain a long talking thing, but I like talking at the end, I guess. Navi button starts flashing into the words. Oh yeah, no, it's great. That can happen. That could be a thing. I've seen races with when people do the randomizer tournaments, and it's just 3 dead screaming every single time. It's like low health, and it's so annoying. It's so bad. Yeah, so that's something to look forward to. I know I am looking forward to it. November is also my birthday month. My birthday lands on a Tuesday. I don't know if I'm going to do anything specifically of that day or leave it for later on in the week or the weekend. Before or after, I don't quite know what to do. Maybe a bunch of co-op games. I don't know. I'll figure something out. I'm open to suggestions. I really don't care. I mean that in the best way possible. Like, I have literally no plans. I'm not really one to do things for my birthday, let alone plan a stream around it. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what's going on. We'll do things. We'll talk. With that, I don't. Is there anything else? Any other questions? I'll answer anything if I have the answer to it. If I don't, then you know. Oh, okay. I just saw your post, Dragoon. Yeah, this looks familiar. I don't think I've ever played it, but this does look really familiar. And I think that is it. I want to thank you guys for tuning in. I'm very, very, very glad to see you guys. Always good to see you all stopping by. Let's see, that had no green. Oh goodness. I'm being more conscientious about. Need to go buy trombone chip. Yes. I want to thank Frillback Studios, at least for stopping by earlier to follow for the Hatoful boyfriend streams coming soon. Thank you, Phoenix, for the bit. Thank you again, Fruity Bat, for the double raid. Phoenix just followed me again. Okay. That's cool. Yeah. Oh, wait. Oh, I've been told to wait. Ben did. Thank you so much. You absolutely did not need to do that. Thank you for the sub. I do deeply appreciate it. You now have access to some of the shittier emotes that I have available that I've made myself, except the ones that are obviously not made by me. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, Melty Hearts. I literally had no idea what to make for these. Like, I need something more than just corn grass and the fish Shroud, even though the fish Shroud's the best one there is. What am I doing? I am looking at. I don't know what I'm looking at. Ah, yes. All hail Wyra, the new Grand Poop. How long may they reign? Orange slices went away. Oh yes, the so if you ever notice that the emotes swap around a bit, it's because I have more emotes than I have slots at the moment, and I'm pretty sure people don't use my emotes other places, which is fine, but I do. So I think the emotes, I got rid of that and I replaced it with something else because I mix and match the emote slots to fit my needs. But I will make them a bit more permanent from now on. I think I'm going to bring back some of the, because I'm still working on that Wheelman emote and it's coming soon. I keep saying it's coming soon, but it really is. Let's see, emotes. And I gotta get rid of Demon Duck. I need a new animated emote. I need ideas for that. Yeah, I'll probably replace Think Can. I don't think Think Can's been used in a while. But if you people want orange slices, I'll put orange slices back on. Yeah, I think that's about it. Oh, that's right. Wyra, you know about the thinking can. You were there. You were there at its inception. I completely forgot about that. Don't quote the dark memes at me. I was there when they were written. Oh, it was such good times. Good times. For those who aren't aware, actually, I think I wrote the origin of the thinking can emote over on the Discord. It was over on Gerbinzo's stream, playing 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors, whatever it is. And someone was like, a character was thinking, but it sounded like an echoey kind of thing. So we just made the joke. It was supposed to like an internally thinking voice, but we made the joke that it's just someone talking out loud into an empty can, and we named it the thinking can. And then I think that was like 15 minutes after I joined the stream. It was so funny. Anywho. Oh, yes, this is fine. There you go. You know what I should do? I should set up StreamerBot to determine what screen is available, and then disable things that aren't being able to be seen at the time. Or perhaps I'll have to think I'll have to think about this. Anywho, I want to thank you guys again for tuning in. I'll never leave if I don't do it now. Can you do that? Yes. StreamerBot can detect on a scene change and then determine if it's on this scene. You can press the button and it will it'll run it. If it's the correct scene, then it'll do it. Otherwise, you can have it set to automatically refund the points. Yeah, I've already taken it out. So I think Melchi orange slices. Oops, I just knocked over my phone, and there it is. It's a bit convoluted, but yeah, it's neat. Yeah, I'm still working on some other ideas that I have, but my brain's just been all over the place. It's been hard to focus and sort of get anything done, but I'm feeling myself coming out of the fog. Hopefully it's more that I can do. And I'm definitely down for Friday. So count me in. I have the various props required for it. So if that doesn't entice people to come show up and check it out, then by all means, you better come check it out. Awesome. I am kind of fearful for some of them because I'm going to get very hot very fast. And yeah. Anyway. So I don't know when the next Sherlock Holmes is going to happen, but do keep in touch over on the Discord to figure out when that's happening again. More than likely, it will be a Friday thing. I think Friday evenings are going to be my what the hell. But Mondays and Wednesdays are going to be Resident Evils and Phasmophobia. Everything permitting. Welcome, Wyra, to the Discord. Hello. I think that's it. I'm going to start up on another rant of some sort again if I don't stop now. Anyone to want to raid? Slowly. Let's see. Is anyone else playing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective? No. Not. Damn it. God damn it. My phone's in the way. Keep hitting buttons. Okay. All right, well, maybe we'll just leave it here. I know, right? Absolute professional. I'm just going to move this right next to my mango tea. There we go. Perfect. Like I got the idea to stream this game. I found these games because Polygon was streaming it. Well, streaming one of them at least. And I was like, this is so neat. I want to play through this, but I don't want to watch it because I don't want it spoiled for me. So I didn't. Sherlock Holmes. Consulting Detective Collection. I was like, oh, someone in. No, it's just me. It's like, oh, 8 viewers for no, it's still me. God damn it. Was it in their video about games with the full motion, the FMV quest series? No, this was just a random stream they had the other day. That's a good series. That's an excellent series. But they had it tagged as board games, so that's why I was confused. I had to actually look up Sherlock Holmes FMV, and that's how I found it. Yeah, I really need to have a camera just talking scene. Because this just seems like very like, okay, now get out. Now it's talking, now holding everyone up. Like, so, thank you. I've put quite a bit of work into it. I made everything all... I'm doing the whole showcase now again. This is the whole new I should just make a video of it. It's like, here's what you can find over on my channel. Then you go do a little zoomy, you're back here and there, and you go here and you go there. And it's like you have 4-player co-op, and then you focus on player 1, player 2, player 3, and player 4. And back to be right back. And this. Then you have old-timey. I think that's set up. Usually there's a film grain over everything. Let me see if it works here. Oh goodness, it's loud as hell again. Jesus Christ, come on. No. I don't care, Warren Green, get out of here. I can't hear anything. Why is it so loud? There we go. Oh, good. Oh, the humanity. It's so terribly, terribly loud. Yes, and for those, this is what the Thinking Can voice sounded like, and I know it's quite low because I haven't really modified it since I think my second week of streaming. But this is what it would have sounded like, and just trying to think about how it goes. Things. Is that the voice mod? It is not. It's just other plugins I found for OBS. This is the voice mod, which is I have set up for a megaphone and an intercom. The megaphone I've used as shouting at my cult members in Cult of the Lamb to tell them to stop shitting on the ground everywhere. Thank you, Wyra. Yes. No, I was like, oh, you have no idea how long it took me to fiddle with all those knobs and whistles and levers, all get all that stuff going. It's, yeah, it's, that was one of the, I think it's one of the few things I wanted to do when I was streaming. Like, I have to have a Thinking Can voice. And it was really fun to use it in Hitman, because it just sounded like a internal monologue whenever he was thinking, like, okay, so it's like, okay, so I'm gonna go over there, I'm gonna throw this pop can at that guy, and I'm gonna run past him while he doesn't see me, and then I'm gonna go do this. OBS plugin. Oh yeah, no, there's a bunch of plugins, and I recommend if you ever need I'm gonna dig myself that hole again. If you ever need OBS help, by all means, let me know. I'm more than happy to help. Share some of my tips and tricks. Use on the next Vin game. All I need is the sound of a kettle boiling over, and then there you go. There's Vin Diesel's internal dialogue. What else? Oh, I have death messages from Devil May Cry. But I think I'm the only one that the command works for. It's the only way I could figure it out on this thing. Try again. Regular roaming VR chat as a nice. I need to do a VR game again on here. I did find one called Rumble, which is like an earth-bending sort of PvP combat game. Last one I did, which I highly recommend people check out if you have a VR set, is The Last Clockwinder. Play it, you'll love it. You have to automate processes by doing like a couple second recordings of movements. Like you pluck this fruit, you throw it over the other side of the room, and then it leaves behind a robot that continues to do those few motions that you just did, those like couple seconds. And then, yeah, those Wall-E looking bots. And then you move over to the other side of the room, and now you catch the fruit. You record yourself catching the fruit and putting it into the bin. And then now you have an automated system of these two robots mimicking these things you just did. And it gets really complex, and there's all these different environments and stuff like, and I want to go through that game again, honestly. More like Johnny Five. Yeah. The face was definitely more of a Laputa Castle in the Sky robot. Do I have anything else here? Vintage. Oh, the drink little thing comes out to the side, tells me the drink. I think that's it, really. I don't really have any other fun stuff. Did I take away any other fun stuff? No, I just put more things in. That's all it really is. Exactly, yes. Automation using motion capture. There's actually a clip on here. I gotta update my commands too. It's just was it slight annoyance captured forever? It's me laughing, like me cursing out, like, oh, you're closing the thing too quickly, and then going back and laughing my ass off, watching me just be angry at myself. Yeah. And maybe I'll work on that tonight. I gotta update the YouTube channel, all the VODs, because I have not been doing that. So, anywho, oh my God, see, this is. I get so distracted by everything. Yeah. So Wednesday will be either Phasmophobia if I can get people together for that. If not, it will be Resident Evil 3, starting that. Friday, I'm over on Kelsba's channel, which playing Kiwi, assuming that's still in the works. And then maybe something later on in the evening. But I've recently learned that I can't. Oh, good, it is. Okay, good. I've recently learned my limits of streaming and I guess social burnout. Or introverted burnout, which has not been fun. It's been quite harsh the last time, so I don't want to go through that again if I can help it. But the problem is you get into like a good mood. It's like, oh, I can do this. I got this energy. I can do this. I'm going to do another stream. Oh, another stream. Oh, I forgot there's another one booked tomorrow. Oh, geez. I don't know if I can do this one now. And since it gets out of hand because it's so much fun. That's the problem. Here I am talking. It's like 12:15 now. Shoot. Anywho, I better go. I'll leave you all to it. Everyone have a good rest of their week. I hope it is uneventful in the best way possible. And I think that's it. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Wednesday or stream. Yeah. Always glad to see everyone. I think that's it. Yeah, Wednesday is another stream. Friday, another stream. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I think that's a new schedule. I think I'll update my schedule with it, but I won't put a indication of what the games are exactly. Oh yeah, and voice commands, yeah. More things. This is fine is a voice command, which automatically does that. The spoiler alert, which I always attribute to Kelzaba for giving me the inspiration to do so. Okay, deep breaths. Okay, deep breaths. That was the focus mode for when I was fighting stuff in Hollow Knight. Show controller. Show controller. If my controller was plugged in, you can see all that stuff. And then the secret phrase, anyways. Anyways. Hides everything. Hide controller. Hide controller. And then the voice recognition predictions. Run, pass, fail, 7. Oh, come on, don't do this to me. Run, pass, fail, 7. Oh no. Run, pass, fail, 7. There it is. So I can tell it any number and it will automatically generate that prediction for me. 6 or less, 7 or higher. And I'm going to end the submissions. And I'm going to just straight up delete it so people can get their points back. But it takes any number. So I could be... What was the conversion amount from before? I'll read that one off. Hopefully this should work. Pardon me. Run, pass, fail. 296,842,723. It worked. I can't believe it. It worked. I can't believe it picked up every single number in that. Holy shit. Oh my god. So good. The next thing I want to add like an overlay that shows the prediction stuff or the polls. I mean, it sometimes works. I have to also adjust it so it would pick up. Like I kept saying Kirby bet, but it would never hear the word bet, so I had to use the word that. Is there anything else here you said? Oh yeah, I also have the voice command for old timey. It was just back in my day, but that was then. Yeah, over on the Discord, if you hear me trying to say that like very pronounced, like it's because that's the thing that puts the Discord command into the chat. Oh, I'm still old timey, but that was then. There we go. We don't have any. Oh no! Couldn't understand anything I said. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's a microphone thing. Maybe it's I don't know. Oh yes, I have a whole bunch. The joined by command. There's the oh yeah, the backseat gaming. Anyway. Oh no. But yeah, I think that's about it. I can't think of anything else to talk about, and I probably shouldn't find anything else new to talk about. I should probably let everyone go, and I should probably go myself. Anyway, thank you guys for hanging out. I do deeply appreciate everything. Thank you again, Bandit, for the sub, and everything else, everyone else. Yeah, I promise I'm going for real this time. Hopefully I'll see you guys Wednesday for something. If I don't see you then, I will see you when I see you.